Chapter 51, ch. 51. Underestimating Dumbledore. Narcissa Black with one last groan felt her body dropping forward and flopped her head on her husband's chest, feeling warm and filled up to the brim, unexplainable happiness coursing through her body. She tightly cuddled her head deeper into her husband's chest as she relished the euphoric feeling when she felt his hand snaking around her shoulder, softly caressing her skin as it started gently rubbing her back. She stifled a sensual moan as she felt his touch affect her, her inner walls tightening, pressing on his cock still inside of her, making it hard again as it pushed its way through her folds. It was then she felt her husband's other hand gently pat her head as it started scratching her scalp, his fingers coursing through her hairs, and suddenly she was unable to suppress it anymore. A long, hot moan ripped itself out of her throat, no matter how much she tried to press her mouth shut to prevent herself from such an embarrassing display. She looked accusingly at the amused face of Hadrian, who calmly continued delivering such a pleasant feeling to her, unable to even verbally rebuke him as her body was leaning toward his touch. "You have no idea what you are doing to me," she weakly protested. Too weakly for her pride to like it, but her body was exhausted. She felt herself heating up again as her mind started to be overly conscious by her chest being pressed into his stomach. The toes on her feet curled up, back into the position they were not even 10 minutes earlier, as she could feel the body's overpowering desire. Unfortunately, to her extreme dissatisfaction, that was the extent of the movement she was able to do, as every cell in her body was as tired as it was exhausted. She cried internally due to her old, easily tired body. No matter how many beautification spells she could invent or how many potions she ingested, her body was getting old, and it was hammered into her every night she found herself in a similar position as right now. I don't," Hadrian quipped smugly as Narcissa couldn't help but gasp. The tips of his fingers as if vibrated deep under her skin, and she immediately understood what is to follow. He was using his damned telekinesis to pressurize her nerve endings. "No!" She was able to tersely scream out before her body betrayed her as her world was painted in pleasure. Her eyes bulged out at the unbearable ecstasy it felt, her mind trembling, trying to stay coherent. Her mouth stayed open from her previous denial, unable to close itself as she felt a sliver of drool exiting the corner of her mouth, right onto Hadrian's chest. Her entire body went stiff, shaking minutely, squirting her juices on Hadrian's crotch while her pussy squeezed him in warm vice grip. As soon as the feeling came, it again left when Hadrian stopped using his telekinesis on her. The effects though stayed, and Narcissa could only dumbly stare in front of her while letting the afterglow rock through her body. It was then she felt Hadrian's body shift underneath her in discomfort at her wetness, starting to unconsciously ever so slowly and gently rock itself up and down, his hands snaking around her body, embracing it slightly as it made it easier for him to move in and out of her. She doubted he did it on purpose, and her mind guessed it was more the desire taking over. Closing her eyes, she decided to enjoy the pleasant feelings and let him do his thing. She was his, so complaining would be unsightly. Even then, her body wanted it so badly. It took barely a few minutes of their bodies gently rubbing on each other as Narcissa registered Hadrian's panting and clamped her occlumency shield on her feelings hard. A second later, she could feel herself being filled up by his sperm again as her body exploded in warmth and feeling of fulfillment yet again. Her mind barely fought the overload of euphoria, making her glad she had the foresight to use occlumency, otherwise, she would be already deep in unconsciousness by now. "I hate and love this part of the contract," she mumbled into his chest more to herself, but when she felt Hadrian's curious gaze on the top of her head, she decided to elaborate. "We don't have a child." Feeling him stiffen, it was hard for her not to drag this out and tease him, but with a sad sigh, she decided to forego her fun. "Not that we could, I am barren as they come," she said in an unbothered drawl and gleefully snuggled into Hadrian's reassuring head pat. But the contract was between pure-blood families after all. They wanted an heir eventually. "Does it compel you to have sex with me?" Hadrian worriedly asked, and while Narcissa was unable to raise her head to look at him, she imagined his expression must be increasingly difficult right now. She smiled at that imagination and slowly shuffled her head from side to side, dragging her nose on his chest as she could feel him squirm due to her hair tickling him. "No, but the feeling of you coming inside of me is simply heavenly. The contract is set up to ensure willingness to make children." "While men are usually not affected in any way," she snorted. "The women are different. I love the feeling, to be honest," she told him, her voice laced in a conflicting tone. "Lucius." Hadrian started, and Narcissa felt as if he poured her with cold water as she understood where he was going with that. "Yes. But not for long," she said evenly, uncaring. It happened too long ago and wasn't even that high in her list of most unhappy memories, after all. One day, suddenly I could stop hating myself as I stopped feeling the overpowering pleasure as he was having his fun while beating me senseless. "I am sorry." Hadrian apologized for making her remember, and Narcissa snorted. "I don't care anymore. I didn't know what the feeling signified then," she rebuffed strongly. "Mostly I didn't even notice. When I did notice something wrong, it was at most a pain in my abdomen, and frankly, I was hurting all day all over at that time. I didn't have any time to even contemplate being a mother, you know," she weakly stated. "I don't know the feeling of loss of a child. Yes, I was bewildered when the healer told me the pain was a miscarriage, but at that time, I can remember myself staring at him dumbly, not understanding his words. Then he told me he is sorry for miscarrying my fourth child, and I blinked owlishly, unable to even feel sad, as I was not even aware of ever being pregnant. It was all too impersonal to me. Narcissa." Hadrian stopped her distressed rant with a gentle voice. "It's fine. You will be fine. Thank you." She melted into his chest, her agitation leaving her. "Anyway, the crux is I am damaged enough to not be able to conceive a child. Hence I can happily relish the feeling the contract gives me with the man I love until the end of my days," she said flippantly, and giggled happily into his chest, caressing it with her breath. Hadrian rolled his eyes at her attitude and was glad that there was really nothing bothering her about it. And if she was, well, magic. They laid in the bed, enjoying each other's presence, when Hadrian remembered what he called her today for. Embarrassed, he decided to breach the topic. "Sissy, I will need something from you," he told her. "Well, as long as you don't need my kidney for a ritual, I am all for it," she quipped with an eye roll. "Tomorrow I have potions with Snape. I want you to be ready for whatever will ensue afterward." He decided to ignore her witty remark. "Oh, I see. You want me to blow anything you cause out of proportions. Probably to get him sacked, right?" she asked lightly. "Yes." Hadrian agreed. "Is that due to my niece?" Narcissa remembered what Hadrian told her of Dumbledore's schemes. As she felt her body rested enough, she raised her head slightly, putting her chin on his chest as she peered at him. "Yes," Hadrian bluntly asked, and proceeded to pinch her cheek. "Is my little sissy jealous?" So childish, Narcissa thought, and rolled her eyes, but the light in them danced mirthfully. Not really. I can share. She uttered plainly, mentally pumping her fist at his disbelieving look. Narcissa 1, Hadrian 0, she imitated Bellatrix's cackle in her mind. Hadrian recollected himself and decided to get far away from that topic for as long as he manages. Yes, it is because of Dora. He tried to get the topic back on the initial rails. I can try, but I have no idea what you expect from me. She saw him opening his mouth but didn't give him time. You are underestimating Dumbledore too much. Hadrian's mouth snapped shut, completely baffled at what he heard. Underestimate. He would like to believe he was overestimating the old coot. As Narcissa noted his expression, she gave him a ridiculing gaze. I heard about the debacle around my dear cousin. You seriously screwed that. But then again, there was no winning that. Sirius would not be getting out unscathed anyway. What do you mean? Hadrian asked, not understanding her meaning. You pulled the request for a trial out on the drop of a hat, during the Wizengamot meeting. These things are usually announced days before, but if you did so, Sirius would be deader than dead the next day. They escorted him to a cell in DMLE. Narcissa methodically explained. Your request was good. The timing was excellent. You had Dumbledore where you needed him. Right in front of the Lords, living proof about to walk in. It was incredible, perfect even. But Andromeda didn't study the proceedings of the meetings and was nervous for her meeting with Lord Malfoy and Lestrange about my and Bella's contracts. She let Dumbledore walk out of the room. Hence, a complete fuck-up. She concluded. Well, it was my fuck-up too. I didn't think he would really go for a kill. Nor did I believe he would get through the wards of Azkaban. It is, after all, one of the few places where even house elves cannot penetrate. Hadrian pouted. Well, the point is, it was Andy who came up with it. With something that could damage Dumbledore. I am sure he didn't care about her specifically and aimed for the mysterious Lord Black instead, otherwise Andy would have much bigger problems nowadays. But then her daughter starts loitering around the Harry Potter. From what you told me about his plans, of course, he would want to get rid of her. Narcissa admonished him for his actions and released an insufferable sigh. Before Hadrian could defend himself, she flung her upper body up, her hips pressing on his as she supported her body with her hands on his chest, tightly pressing him down, demanding him to shut up and listen. Moreover, you underestimate Dumbledore. He is the defeater of Grindelwald. He single-handedly ended the war Muggles call the worst conflict in recent history. While that statement is as far from the truth as possible, Dumbledore made sure that is how the wizarding world remembers it. He won one duel and was at most a few hours on the battlefield. While soldiers fought, died, and killed, he sat in his comfy chair, spending time by sipping hot chocolate and choking on his lemon drops. But he is remembered as the hero because he defeated, no, utterly destroyed Grindelwald. But then again, that was after Grindelwald fought and annihilated 4 squads of battle wizards by himself. Nonetheless, the kind of reputation Dumbledore gained for it opened a lot of doors and begot influence. She took a deep shuddering breath as Harry hit her weak spot. With Weasley matriarch, you gave me enough influence and dirt on him to get him out of his chief warlock position. But that only means he can't do things openly. He basically whispers opinions into 3/4 of light houses while at least half grey houses owe him a favor or two. Not to mention that he has a certain sway on dark houses too. He was the one who helped the Imperious Death Eaters out. If he came up with a research that the mark can't be taken while under Imperius, well. Let's just say the Dark Houses knew well their position, but Dumbledore also couldn't use this willy-nilly. It is a very volatile card and he has to be extremely cautious because it could backfire and taint his reputation. But as blackmail material in some lesser cases, it suffices to give him enough sway over them. I know for a fact he used it on a few occasions in the past as Lucius was cursing him to heavens when it happened. I see. He really is firmly attached in his influence, isn't he? Hadrian groaned, trying to make it sound as if it was out of annoyance, instead of Narcissa's driving his cock deeper into herself. You have no idea. She smirked and started to slowly rock her body back and forth, relishing at his twitching face. Anyway, Dumbledore was a teacher for a long 50 years. He molded the minds of the young according to his wishes for the entirety of his teaching career. There is a reason why he is willing to forsake all of his positions except being the headmaster of Hogwarts. When you look at Wizarding Britain of nowadays, you can see people who all went through Dumbledore's fingers at one point in the past. Yes, some left his influence after they graduated and realized he is not unflappable. Some had it drilled to their heads even before they came to Hogwarts by their parents. Well, he cannot really influence everybody. But children are malleable. He gets enough of them in his camp and all it takes is to act grandfatherly, potion here, potion there. It became a less-known fact after it was taken from the curriculum, that weak dosages of loyalty potion over long periods of time creates faux loyalty even after it is stopped being administered. All he has to do is prove he is worth the loyalty by helping them in a hard situation, and voila, he has a willing minion with high potential that would die for him. Also, he has many people hidden in the ministry and in important positions, Harry. Just look at what happened with the debacle of Sirius. It was obvious he threw my cousin into the prison without trial, but he still managed to keep his position. It took yet another scandal to boot him out of Wizengamot, and even then there were no charges against him. Heck, he could weasel his way out of it if the Prophet article was not so sudden. If we pressed the ministry to go after him with our influence as House Black, it could backfire due to the sheer amount of favors Dumbledore is owed after his 50 years of playing the game, and I am really not in the mood to deal with that can of worms. That's why I do not actively antagonize him. This will be a very long run, won't it? Hadrian uttered, disgruntled. Yes. Yes, it will. Narcissa admitted and put her hand on his cheek in affection. But don't worry, I will be here with you for every step of the journey. I will think of something. We will get him eventually, Harry. But, who said my goal is toppling Dumbledore? He grinned at her playfully as she widened her eyes in surprise. I couldn't care less about him if he left me alone. I just need you to nibble at his reputation and position slowly and discreetly. As long as nobody finds out I am Lord Black. Well, Dumbledore won't really try to harm me for years to come yet. True. She nodded in agreement, but then her smile went naughty. So, up for the second round. Do you even need to ask? Hadrian grabbed her hips and their fun started all over again. Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 52, ch 52. Potion lesson, make it snappy. Hadrian sat next to Susan in the potion classroom as he observed the class. Surprisingly or not, Hufflepuffs had the potions with Slytherins. What gives? He thought sarcastically when he remembered originally it was lions with snakes. It didn't take long for Professor Snape to enter the classroom with his tirade about wand waving while subtly praising Draco. Well, time to be a complete GIT, he thought. Hadrian made sure to listen to it even though his eyes were drooping from boredom. Snape didn't care much about his attention, it seemed. Mr. Potter. Our new celebrity, he slowly intoned, emphasizing every word mockingly. Potter. What would I get if I added the powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? And while Hadrian knew the original, Harry would be touched if he knew the meaning behind those words. The draught of living death, sir. Hadrian answered, and his melancholy was extinguished the second he felt the Legilimency probe smash into his mind. He quickly put fake thoughts on the forefront of his mind. What does he mean by those plants? Does he regret the death of some lily? Well, what a jerk to pull his ineptitude and insufficient love life at me. Who cares about his failures as a man? He tried to make his thought as snarky while still appearing as if he didn't understand the meaning behind it. Snape actually had a flash of recognition pass as he was about to sneer through his eyes, but when he heard Hadrian's thoughts he quickly became enraged. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? The stomach of a goat, sir. Is he real? Of course, I would look into his cabinet first. He is the potion teacher here. What an utter dunderhead. Snape opened his mouth but could only silently stare at Harry, unable to even rebuke his thoughts. Legilimency was, after all, a highly forbidden magic. If he was caught performing it on a student, Hadrian knew what Snape was thinking the second he saw his expression. He cursed his luck that the professor didn't reveal himself. These lessons were a prime opportunity for that. Next to him was Susan, the niece of the head of the DMLE. Around him were his loyal badgers, just ready to jump into a fight if it means protecting one of their own, and even among Slytherins the more grey-inclined families would most probably help if it meant discreetly push Dumbledore down. Greengrass, the prime example among them. What is the difference, Potter, between Monkshood and Wolfsbane? Snape asked, keeping his cool only due to being strong Occlumens. They are the same. Hadrian answered, calmly staring into Snape's eyes with a serious demeanor. Seriously though, maybe his knowledge of potions really isn't up to par as I feared if he asks things such as this. His thoughts yet again viciously grated at Snape's nerves as they attacked his pride as potion master. Snape gritted his teeth as he sat down in his chair, looking at the classroom with fury in his eyes. Well, do I have to write it for you? He barked silently while making sure everybody heard him. Why are you not writing it down yet? The class then went on and Hadrian was getting quite frustrated as Snape kept his cool pretty well. He was almost sorrowful as he thought about how to make him snap. Hadrian was so distracted, he didn't notice Snape's eyes on him nor his brow twitching when he saw him cutting the ingredients down to small bite-sized squares instead of throwing it all intact into the cauldron as written in the instruction. Hadrian, as he was reminiscing about his 1-month period of cooking for Dursleys, started to cut even smaller triangles out of the small squares, humming to himself as he plotted his next move. Suddenly he heard the enraged voice of Snape snapping at him. Potter! What do you think you are doing? This is not a cooking class. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor for making fun of potions. He hatefully snarled on reflex, as he glared at the bite-sized triangles on the chopping board, not thinking about what he just said. Hadrian gaped at him, not expecting something like that to happen. Slowly, his face morphed into an uncaring look as he replied. Okay, I am sure Gryffindors will be pleased, then. He said coolly, making sure to meet Snape's stone-cold dark eyes containing bottomless fury. Stupid git. No wonder that Lily left him. It was at that time that Snape's anger boiled over and his mind was completely hazed by anger. He, in one swift, fluid motion, swished his hand out, a curse on his lips. Hadrian didn't have much time as his eyes widened. He really didn't expect him to lose his cool so much he would actually attack. He pushed his magic, veering Snape's hand off of him, sending it to the right side. All of that happened in a slit of a second and Snape was unable to stop his curse when it left his wand and, to everybody's surprise, impacted Draco's cauldron. As Snape drew his wand from his left pocket in his robe, the motion seemed fluid and the redirection wasn't apparent. It all looked as if he targeted Draco from the start. The boiling cauldron with half-finished potion blew up, covering Draco, his partner Parkinson and two closest students, which happened to be Goyle and Crabbe, in the boiling fluids as the children screamed in untold amounts of pain. Next to Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass was gripping her right hand burned by the potion tightly to her chest, tearing up in pain as she was gritting her teeth, trying to not whimper. The entire class looked at the scene completely horrified in silent bewilderment. Nobody expected this to happen and the kids did what kids do best. They got loud. Wails, screams, and yells resounded through the classroom when suddenly the doors flew open and McGonagall rushed in. She quickly saw the scene of crying children and her eyes went cold when she spotted Professor Snape with his wand out, pointing in their direction. One quick Expelliarmus later, Snape finally snapped out of it when he felt his wand leave his hand and found himself staring at the enraged Transfiguration Mistress. He didn't even manage to utter a coherent sentence before a stunner promptly sent him crashing to the ground, stunned. Hadrian thanked all gods for having the foresight to send an anonymous letter to McGonagall's table via Rowena Express, stating the twins are planning a prank during the potion class of the first years in order to welcome their brother in Hogwarts. He was also glad she decided to spend her free period patrolling around the classroom to prevent her lions from angering Snape. While not according to his plan, the results were better than he hoped. 5 heirs and heiresses of quite prominent families were wounded by Snape's wand. Hadrian glanced at shocked Susan with the corner of his eyes. Maybe his advice of, instead of writing a letter to her aunt, she should call her to Hogwarts and talk to her in person, say, right after potion classes, will really come quite in handy. Only a pang of regret went through his chest as he watched the pain-filled expression of Daphne Greengrass, but he quickly squashed it for being irrational. Potions are hereby cancelled, McGonagall firmly stated as she knocked Malfoy and Parkinson out. Both were covered from head to toes in the boiling liquid, their screams the loudest as they tried to anyhow stop the pain. By the time he was stunned, Draco was thrashing on the floor, harshly scratching his face as blood pooled out of it, while Pansy was shrieking and strongly banging her head on the wall in an attempt to knock herself out, leaving a bloody smear on it. Crabbe and Goyle had mostly burned their backs as they managed to turn around before the potion hit them, but both of them were also wailing, sobbing while pissing themselves from enormous amounts of pain. McGonagall applied some basic soothing charms and ordered them to follow her to the infirmary, but it was obvious both boys were still out of it as they barely panted through the pain of their harsh red backs. Daphne was taking her burned hand as a real champ. Not even a whimper left her lips, but her eyes were obviously clouded by tears as her entire body shook minutely. Hadrian had to give it to the girl. She really deserved the title of the Ice Queen if she still managed to act as if nothing bothered her with boiling potion on her hand. Hadrian couldn't help but feel pity for these children, as it was his redirection that caused their pain. They were not yet Death Eaters. Albeit arrogant and snobbish, they were still but children. He also couldn't believe his luck at making Snape hit Draco Malfoy's cauldron, of all things, with his curse. His illogical remorse was swiftly put away when he understood one simple truth. Instead of Draco and Pansy trying to get a sweet release from the pain, it might just have been him and Susan covered in the boiling potion. He snaked his hand around Susan's shoulders as he pulled her closer to him in a comforting notion as he decided to be more careful from now on. Looking at Susan, he sighed. The girl definitely needed a shoulder to lean on after the horrid sight. Yes. Definitely gotta adjust her attitude sometime soon. Comment. 42 comments. Vote. Chapter 53, ch 53. Susan's talent. Hadrian was on his morning run. Since he found out the more fit his body is, the more potent will his magic turn out, he started to train some exercises that will in the long run improve his agility and dexterity. He was going for the so-called lean muscular build. This was not his first run as he quickly decided his route the next day he came to Hogwarts. The grounds were enormous, so there was always some place where he could exercise in peace. He would prefer the Room of Requirements, but unfortunately, Dumbledore was watching him like a hawk. He could feel the eyes of portraits following him. Occasional accidental ghost popping up here and there with some lame excuse. Well, at least he didn't feel any house elves with his perception. It was such a pity creature as an elf bound to House Black could not enter the grounds without the headmaster getting a notice. Alas, he had to make do with what was available. Looking behind himself, a bemused smile crept up his face. There, Susan Bones was huffing and puffing as her clothes were drenched in sweat, her eyes sleepy, and the girl barely kept running. This was the second day she joined him for his exercises, as when she found out, she vehemently demanded to be taken along. Then, she proceeded to give up mid-run and Hadrian thought that would be the end of it, but he was wrong. The next day, today more precisely, she showed up as he was leaving the common room, all fired up with great resolve in her eyes. Now, she is barely dragging her feet. Hadrian was at first annoyed that she slowed him down but could only sigh in exasperation. She was his friend and so far he had only two in Hogwarts. He stopped to almost crawl as he waited until she reached him and gave her a smile she promptly tried to weakly reciprocate, sending him more of a wince than an actual smile. "Sue, let's rest for a moment," Hadrian quipped and nodded in the direction of the grass-filled clearing. Susan's eyes instantly lit up as she bobbed her head up and down in total agreement. They sat down, surrounded by the grass. Hadrian watched Susan trying to regain her breath in amusement, her chest going up and down as he asked, "Why did you decide to join me in my exercises?" "I am sorry," Susan quietly answered, her eyes tearing up as she thought he is unhappy with her presence. No, I didn't mean it like that," Hadrian assured her as he waved his hands in denial. "I just wanted to spend my time with you," Susan said sincerely with red cheeks. "I didn't have any idea it would be this demanding though." She huffed in good humor, making Hadrian roll his eyes at her. "You can always quit." "Nope." She intoned the P. "Whatever." "So, any information about Snape?" Hadrian offhandedly asked. "Oh." Susan's face scrunched into a dejected expression. "He will be suspended for a year, but other than that, nothing." Hadrian's eyes widened at that. "But Headmaster Dumbledore vouched for him in DMLE, and even Lucius Malfoy relented eventually and demanded lighter punishment before the Board of Governors." None of the injured will have any permanent scars, as it was quite a low-grade potion, so that weighed a lot in his favor. Susan shook her head sadly. Aunt was so angry. She tried to hide it, but I know her enough. Dumbledore dragged Minister into it, and well. I see. Any idea who will be the new potion professor? He tried to distract himself from the information. Snape injured 5 heirs and got only the suspension. Heck, that's a dream come true for the GIT. He now has time to focus on brewing while being free from his duties as a teacher. His actions would see any other man in Azkaban for years. Ah, one of Aunt Isara's. She at least persuaded the minister into being better informed of what is going on in Hogwarts. After all, it would not do well for more heirs to be injured, were her words. Susan chuckled. She was laughing herself silly on the sour expression Dumbledore showed when Minister and the Board of Governors approved. And the name? He asked, praying to not hear any Shacklebolt or Moody come out of her mouth, as that would make it a moot point. Peter Horpel. Susan furrowed her brows as she searched her memory. He is one of the 5 potion masters in the Auror Force. Hadrian nodded, satisfied but disgruntled, as he will have to factor into his plans an Auror roaming the school. Oh, I tried more wandless transfiguration. Susan suddenly exclaimed, and Hadrian almost jumped out of his skin. Quickly channeling his perception, he sent a pulse of magic around. Only when he was assured no one was in the immediate surrounding and no scrying spell was on him, his shoulders sagged as he glared at Susan. Oh, sorry. She looked sheepishly at the ground. Never mind, just be more careful. Now, show me your new trick. He excitedly prompted her. Susan reached her hand out and grabbed a handful of grass. She showed it to Hadrian as the stalks laid on her outstretched palm. He felt her channeling magic into her palm, exactly as he showed her. Peeking at her expression, he found it cute how it was scrunched up in extreme focus. The magic started affecting the grass as it slowly started disappearing from the view. Hadrian reached his hand towards Susan's, and as he ran his index finger over her palm, he felt her squirm. "You are tickling me." Susan giggled. Hadrian was astonished when his finger felt the grass. She made it invisible. No. She made the surface reflect the light. She transfigured it to contain some kind of invisibility coating. If nothing else, this was a new spell, and Susan invented it all by herself, in under a week since Hadrian showed her the wandless transfiguration in their transfiguration class. Hadrian's gaze towards Susan changed. She was no longer a good friend but a slightly above average talented witch. He remembered from the movies she was not incredibly exceptional. Her most redeeming quality was her being a relative of the head of DMLE. But now he knew she was quite prodigious and innovative. Hadrian will just have to nudge her in the right direction and show her that how it is done in the wizarding world may not have been the best way. He wondered if he should have her start learning the niche of the Bones family. Amelia did send their family tomes as debt repayment to Lord Black in fear Susan would one day discover them and try to learn, after all. No. Not yet. First I have to ensure Susan is loyal to me first and foremost, but then, I am really curious if the old legends about the Bones family ring true. He mused, perhaps for too long. Pouting Susan poked him in the shoulder, thinking he was ignoring her. As he turned his eyes towards her, he was greeted with an angry glare at ignoring her. Yes. I didn't ignore you. Hadrian patted her head, turning her anger into embarrassment. I just thought about your new spell. It is amazing. But can still be improved. Did you try to experiment too? She asked eagerly. Rolling his eyes, he took his wand. Susan knew he could do wandless transfiguration. Not that he can do wandless everything. Incendio. He intoned, and a small flickering flame appeared on the tip of his wand. Watch, he said as he saw the confused expression on Susan's face. Incendio was a spell they learned this week. It was one of the most basic ones. Hadrian reached his free hand and put it a few inches above the small flickering flame. Suddenly Susan squeaked as she saw the flame turn into emerald green and burst out, covering Hadrian's hand. A rush of panic ran through Susan. In fear Hadrian was injured when he heard his voice. Calm down, Sue. Look, he told her, making her stare wide-eyed at his hand, encompassed in killing curse green flames as it licked his skin without burning it. Hadrian moved his fingers and the flame danced according to his movements. For Susan, it was an amazing sight. She slowly reached her hand, completely enamored, ignoring the increasing heat. When Hadrian's wand arm suddenly dropped his wand and gripped her approaching hand, snapping her out of her musings. No, Sue. It won't burn me because it is basically my magic. It is the fire created by transfiguration and my magic is the main component. Anyone else than me, it will devour. So no touchy-feely, Sue. He cheekily admonished, making her cutely pout. Well, let's go. We are kinda missing breakfast. Hadrian quipped as the fire extinguished itself with an uncaring wave of his hand. He grasped Susan's hand into his previously burning, now comfortably warm grip and left the clearing with the flushed girl. Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 54, ch 54. Meeting in the library. Dora, Hadrian, and Susan sat in the library, in their corner, studying. Dora was reading some Newt-level potion book while Susan was holding her head above Dada as that was her weak point, she thought. She often complained to Hadrian she doesn't like how Professor Quirrell stutters since she doesn't understand a word from him. He advised her to learn by herself from books and she looked at him as if he grew a second head, but after actually trying it, she was really liking it. Especially since Hadrian was right next to her if she needed help and Dora would always give her advice when she found herself really stumped. Susan felt very fortunate for befriending Hadrian and Dora. Hadrian was coursing through the theory of transfiguration for the 5th year. It was mid-October and during the last month, he already went through the books for every year. He found out he needed someone to demonstrate to him the process if he wanted to recreate it wandlessly since his theory knowledge was quite lacking. It was Dora who volunteered herself, albeit reluctantly with a pout the size of Hogwarts, to show him the transfiguration since she was natural in it due to being metamorph. Hadrian found it such a pity Dora's complete dismissal of the field. He knew she had some unresolved issues and conflicting feelings about the field. She was picked on a lot due to being metamorphmagus, after all. Dora found the field useful but didn't deem it important enough to practice since it always came naturally to her and she was able to get by the subject with apparent ease on her natural talent. Hadrian long stopped pestering her about getting better at the theory and practicing more in transfiguration. She was good, but a person can go only so far when relying purely on talent. And Dora reached her bottleneck long ago. Not that she particularly cared. Through his perception, Hadrian recreated the transfiguration exercises for students after Dora gave him a demonstration and he was now able to perform animate to inanimate and vice versa transfigurations. He then wrote down his findings and differences about the reaction of his magic during said exercises and compared them to the course book's theory. By now he had a notebook full of what he deemed bullshit and another of what he thought was true. As he was working on his understanding of transfiguration, he occasionally peeked at Susan. The girl might have looked completely out of her depth for strangers. It was almost cute how depressingly she was clutching her head while pouting, looking as if she studied hard her most hated subject and still understood nothing. The book for the second-year Dada in front of her was telling a different story though. Especially if Hadrian took into consideration that Susan, after seeing the speed he rushed through the books, got really motivated and also started studying hard her favorite subject, charms. She was, after the month of their evening library meetings at the start of the fourth-year book, as Dora complained at her speed. As the group studied, suddenly, a small figure bolted from behind the shelf, only to freeze in shock as she saw the table in the corner occupied. Hadrian lifted his head and saw a small bushy-haired shy mouse-like girl watching them with an unsure eyes. "Hello, want to join us?" He smiled in invitation at the girl and for a second thought she would run away. Hermione didn't expect to be invited to a study group of her classmates. After a month and a half at Hogwarts, she was of the notion everybody found her annoying. But she just could not help herself. So much knowledge. So much to learn. How come nobody wanted to listen to her explanations? She knew better. She had read it. So when the invitation came, she wanted to run for it. But she soldiered on and with an unsure step, took the last remaining seat behind their table. She recognized some of them. Harry Potter, the boy who should have been a Gryffindor, and Susan Bones, the no-so-chubby anymore redhead. It was rumored she started exercising with Harry, and since then her chubby cheeks flattened and became firmer, showing her high cheekbones and previously unseen aristocratic features. Her small round figure also became slender quickly since magic helped her to burn the unnecessary fat, and her clothes now hung on her, much to the girl's embarrassment. Hermione also noticed Susan's developing bust and thought that boys would really like her when they grow up. She had read that the boys liked bigger breasts more. That's why she always drank milk before going to bed. But the most prominent change in Susan during the last month was her eyes. She was still uncomfortable around others and quite shy, but when she was next to Harry, she was almost fearless, glaring at Malfoy or Ron every time they came to bother them, clutching her wand protectively. Hermione found it scary. Hermione didn't know the last woman sitting behind the table. She obviously remembered seeing her sitting most of the time next to Harry at the Hufflepuff table, but never got to know her name. Dora, seeing the inquisitive gaze aimed at her, smiled as she introduced herself. "Watcher, I am Dora Tonks. Nice to meet you." She gave the girl a cheerful wave. "Hermione Granger." Hermione unsurely presented her name, but then gathered her courage and slipped into her bossy mode. "Pleasure. Harry Potter." Hadrian chuckled. "Susan Bones." Susan quipped, not raising her head from the book. She did not like the bushy-haired rabbit. If only because the girl always angrily glared at Harry when he always finished first in transfiguration lessons and then started helping Susan. At first, Susan was uncomfortable with the glares, but after she spent time with Harry, she just found them increasingly annoying. Which might or might not have turned to dislike over the course of time. "So, what are you studying?" Hermione quickly forgot the awkward introduction of Susan as she saw the advanced books on the table. We are." Hadrian blinked as he just now realized the state of their table. "Well, we are studying some easy spells ahead. He then politely lied. Hermione started bobbing her head in understanding. Yes. I also studied some spells ahead. Look. She then whipped her wand out and proceeded to transfigure an empty cup into a book in 30 seconds. Something that was at the end of the curriculum for first years. Hermione smugly swept her gaze through the people in front of her and found herself baffled at their nonplussed expressions showing no praise or recognition. It was then she remembered Harry Potter always took the first place from her in Transfiguration and her eyes sparkled. While she found it annoying being a second in academics, maybe she could improve herself and overcome him if she was tutored by him. Hadrian suddenly felt chills run through his spine and a sudden pang of regret at inviting the little bushy-haired munchkin impacted his feeble heart. Hermione sat down and peered over to the book under Susan's head. What are you reading? Susan scowled at her in irritation due to that, but Hermione didn't even notice her reaction as she saw the fourth-year book on Dada. My gosh! You read the book for fourth-year students? The sparkling of her eyes intensified and Hadrian discreetly dragged the fifth-year Transfiguration book in front of him, under the table, out of Hermione's view. Dora noticed, utterly bemused at their antics as Susan gave Hadrian a stink eye which he promptly returned with a kind eye smile. You should totally tell Professor Quirrell. Hermione gushed at Susan. He could help you further. No. Susan answered with a deadpan voice, still intently staring at Hadrian for inviting the girl over. But he is a teacher. He could give you more advanced books. Hermione replied, affronted at the dismissal. No. Susan repeated in the exact same disinterested tone. Then, if you do not like Quirrell, we could ask Professor McGonagall. She could tell the headmaster. I am sure he could give you a few tips. He is the headmaster, after all. No. Both Hadrian and Susan shrieked. Susan more angrily at being pestered while Hadrian somewhat hastily at the notion of Dumbledore being involved in anything related to him or his friends. Hermione blanched at their refusal to tell the teachers and looked sadly downwards. Look, Hermione, was it? Susan's aunt is the head of DMLE. Susan has to study ahead and has tutors during summer holidays. No need to tell the professors, K. Hadrian used his bullshit skill full throttle at the sad confused bookworm to confuse her further and bullshit his way out by comforting her feelings. Hermione nodded, somewhat cowed, and the air became quickly awkward. Hey, don't be such a bore, guys. Wanna learn more about potions? Dora, the ever-savior, waved a Newt Potions books around, emphasizing her wisdom, bringing a smile to Hermione's face as Hadrian sighed in relief and Susan shuffled closer to him, still glancing mistrustfully at Hermione with the corner of her eye. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 55, ch 55. Halloween, looks like I inherited Potter's luck. Hermione started joining the library meetings every Tuesday and Thursday. Hadrian quickly found a use for the organized, researcher-like mind of the girl. Mentioning the efforts to create a spell that could read an entire book by touching it, fired Hermione up, and suddenly, Hadrian didn't need to look for references anymore. They were delivered to him by her with a puppy look and expectant sparkling eyes. Even Susan became less cold to her after seeing that display, and Dora remembered the face and started teasing Hermione by shifting her head to it ever so often. Hermione was very helpful to the group, and Hadrian noticed the girl was brilliant if only limited by her belief in books and authority. Something he vehemently tried to break her off of. And while he couldn't do much about the authority, he did his damnedest to show her the mistakes in some books, compared to others, and by the end of it, he was sure she spotted it long ago but never admitted it to herself. Alas, she was still sitting on a fence when it came to the issue, but Hadrian was nothing but patient with her. Halloween came and Hadrian knew what would follow. He warned Hermione to not be too upset if someone doesn't take her advice to heart, but could not prevent anything since Hufflepuffs had charms with Ravenclaws, so he was not in that class. Right now, he sat down behind the table with Dora, as the feast began. Unable to enjoy the food, he started to look around in worry, and immediately spotted Hermione missing. He could only shake his head sadly. Looks like I would have to do the saving people shtick. He sighed in indignation. He leaned closer to Dora's ear. Ah, does the ickle potty want to give Dora a kiss? She teased with a kissy face, and for a second Harry pictured Bellatrix. He saw her appearance in a photo Narcissa kept and could not deny the similarities. If Dora was not blonde, she would look exactly like younger Bellatrix. Add the cackling and baby talk and... Hadrian shivered. I just wanted to ask if you have seen Susan. He asked bluntly. No, she will come later. Dora told him uncaringly, making his worries increase. Any idea where she is? He impatiently inquired. Why so worried? Last time I saw her she was going to help Hermione because she saw her cry. Dora said, and Hadrian stiffened. Oh, shit. Before he managed to finish it, Quirrell barreled into the Great Hall, throwing the door wide open with a bang. Truoula. There is a Truoula in the dungeons. He stopped, swaying from side to side as the foremost expert on trolls he was. Thought you ought to know. And fell down, fainting forward, somehow. The panic ensued as Dumbledore gave his famous order to head to the common rooms. The kids stood up, rushedly heading towards the door only for Professor Horpel to loudly protest. Are you insane, you old goat? He burst out, looking at the entire staff like they were criminals. His anger increased at their puzzled expressions. Slytherin's common room is in the dungeons, idiots. He elaborated, and Slytherins promptly paled alongside their so-called professors. Dumbledore only frowned at being proven incorrect, but as he was about to give different orders, Professor Horpel interrupted him before he could start. Students, he said under the influence of sonorous charm, his voice booming through the great hall. You will stay here. Get far away from the door. Half of the staff will stay here with you while the other half will go investigate. Hadrian was sure Quirrell must be cursing right about now, as he was still laying on the floor, and judging by the direction the things proceeded he would be there for a long, long time, since no one was leaving Great Hall. Nobody noticed two missing girls from the feast. Only Dora was somewhat worried about Susan, but as she was about to turn to Hadrian she found nothing. Hadrian used Susan's invisibility transfiguration on his clothes, pulled his hood up during the commotion, and while the teachers argued, slipped away. He had a girl to save and no time to waste. Rushing towards the girls' bathrooms on the first floor. As he was about to enter, he heard the shrill shriek of two girls, and his guts twisted in worry. Hermione was not very close to him yet. She may have spent a lot of time with him and the girls, but her nature and personality prevented Hadrian from seeing her as someone endearing. Their friendship was far too recent for that. But Susan, that was a different cup of coffee. He spent almost every waking second with that girl since they became friends. He was not about to lose her. He threw the door open and marched inside, instantly seeing a green ugly mountain troll swinging its club, breaking the wash basins on the right wall of the room while Susan embraced Hermione and threw both of their bodies to the left side of the troll. Hermione, frightened out of her wits, could only watch as terrified Susan bravely pointed her wand at the troll and tried to cast a cutting charm only for the spell to dissipate as it came into contact with its magic-resistant hide. Hadrian saw the troll getting annoyed at being attacked and knew he had to intervene. He instantly transfigured the floor to a frozen state, and as the troll was about to approach the girls, it slipped. Unfortunately for Hadrian, instead of the troll crumbling down onto the floor, it was sent crashing towards Hadrian with its full weight. Hadrian knew he had no time to dodge, so he did the only thing he could. He raised a spike out of the floor in front of him, impacting the troll's body. Its thick hide saved the creature as its mid-air body wasn't pierced, but instead, the spike raised it higher, flying over Hadrian's ducked head as he pushed the troll's body with his wandless telekinesis upward. Hadrian threw himself to the right, in case the troll attacks the second he lands, and it proved the right decision as when he was standing up, the club impacted the spot he stood at just 5 seconds ago. The troll landed at the door, its body completely blocking them. Hadrian didn't give him chance to stand up. He quickly used yet another transfiguration to create thick chains from the wall around the door, snaking them around the troll's body as if they were alive, chaining it to the place. Hadrian, releasing a relieved sigh, miscalculated. He forgot to bind the troll's left hand. If nothing else, the creature was very good at handling the club and promptly released the club from its right hand, grabbing it with its free left hand and hurling it at Hadrian. Hadrian's eyes constricted as the massive wooden club was nearing his head. The time slowed and he had no time to dodge. He would be barely able to slow it down with his wandless telekinesis, but that would not save him. He was screwed. As his mind was going through the use of his telekinesis to buy him time, suddenly an idea lit up in his mind. He braced himself for the pain and gritted his teeth. Hermione could only watch the club approaching Hadrian's head in mute shock. Tears streamed down Susan's face, staining her clothes. Dread and despair, way more horrible than when her own life was in danger, gripped her head. Oh, what would she give to swap places with Hadrian right about now? Hadrian used his wandless telekinesis to send his own body somewhere. His mind didn't care where at that moment, so to the right side it went. He was flung at breakneck speed, just in time to have the club sail harmlessly an inch from him. Hadrian didn't have time to celebrate as he flung his body violently and barely managed to cushion his impact. The club and Hadrian's body impacted the wall together, he near the corner of the room, and the club to the glass above the smashed wash basins, shattering it as it flew through the room, making Hermione shriek in horror and pain as the flying shards cut her body. "Watch out!" Susan screamed in horror at Hadrian, ignoring the pain and cuts her body was suffering from. She didn't even care about her blood streaming from a deep cut on her cheek, as she didn't shield her face from the shards, deeming Hadrian more important. Nevertheless, she was forced to flop onto her bum due to a painful cut that ripped apart her calf, bloodying the floor and her lower robes. Hadrian heard her and quickly understood. He landed in the corner near the door. The same door the troll was chained to. The right hand of the troll was pushing its way through the air in an attempt to smash him as he laid there, motionlessly. Hadrian felt he tore a few muscles, but his bones were intact, if only a bit cracked. He, at least, definitely had a few cracked ribs from the impact on the wall, as he didn't have time to slow himself at the speed he sent himself flying. But he could not move, much less dodge the fist. He decided that, secrets or not, his life was more important. The troll's fist smashed his body. Hermione sobbed in despair. "No. Susan shrieked in horror, her heart tearing itself from sorrow. She thought she was going to die from the sheer feeling of loss she felt as she saw the fist cover Hadrian's body, only his legs visible. Tears streamed down her cheeks as rage filled her. Trembling, she stifled her sobs and reached for her wand but couldn't find it as she let it go when the shards impacted her hand. The troll raised his hand in victory with a snort, expecting the chains to come off now that the human was dead. They didn't. Phew. Surprise, surprise. Hadrian mocked as he raised his right hand, pointing it at the troll's head. His wrist glowed, a storage rune Narcissa tattooed into it activated, releasing the gun she enchanted before he came to Hogwarts. The gun appeared, the muzzle pointed at the troll's head. The troll only managed to tilt its head, not understanding why is the puny human next to him not smashed to a pulp when a loud bang resounded through the room and the transfigured bullet gained speed due to velocity increasing enchantment while gaining explosion properties via exploding enchantment. The head of the troll exploded into a spray of blood, brain, and gore, leaving only blood gush from its neck. Damn, that was way stronger than expected. Hadrian commented offhandedly with a tired chuckle, still leaning on the wall, breathing hard. He was supremely happy Rowena made him train the intangibility magic. He never made such a big part of him intangible but, somewhat he managed. He shuddered at what would happen if he botched the spell up. Getting smashed to death by the troll would be much kinder fate in comparison. But, he was alive. He shakily stood up and instantly a red missile impacted him but the girl made sure she was gentle. Susan fussed around him worriedly asking questions at such a speed Hadrian's shaken head didn't understand. He knew one thing though. He had to keep his secrets. "I am sorry, Hermione," he resolutely told the speechless girl, sitting in the devastated bathroom, her stare traveling between the headless troll and Hadrian's ruffled appearance. She did not understand what he was sorry about and uncomprehendingly tilted her head, not unlike the troll. Still in shock. "I, Harry James Potter, invoke the life debt of one Hermione Granger. She will from hence on be keeping all I and my family deem a secret, voluntarily or not, she will reveal them to no one. She will also remember one Harry James Potter saving her by dropping the troll's club on its head." Hermione's eyes glazed over and her mouth opened in protest but she was not able to form it, opting to stare in front of her in disbelief, wondering what just happened. Hadrian could make her his slave but he deemed that excessive. She was not even that useful. Just smart but nevertheless useless baggage. He already had more useful, and in his opinion smarter witch with a wicked body and gorgeous pale icy blue eyes and silky blonde locks. He had no need for Hermione. Susan helped Hadrian to the other end of the room, away from the door as both knew the professors will probably bombard the shit out of the troll when they come barging in. "What about me?" Susan quietly asked. "Ah, you have strong occlumency." Hadrian tried to shrug only to wince. "And I trust you." Susan leaned closer, surprising him with a full-blown grateful kiss on the lips. Hermione just stared at them, still baffled at what just happened, making sure to check what does life debt even means. She hoped nothing wrong as the shudder her body went through as Harry bound her with it was very unpleasant. "I deserved that," Hadrian quipped jokingly, making Susan chuckle. "Bind me also," Susan whispered to him. At first, he wanted to rebuff her but then he noticed the determination in her eyes and relented. In a way, this was also an easy out from the life debt. She would keep his secrets regardless and now she would not be indebted to him. Shrugging, he called her life debt with the same conditions as for Hermione without the memory alteration part. Not a second later a loud boom sent the troll body flying, destroying Hadrian's transfiguration, and gave a clever excuse as to why its head was now missing. The troll's body landed in the middle of the bathroom only for the professors to barge in, seeing Hermione's blank, shocked, disbelieving look and exhausted, disheveled, blooded appearance of Harry with Susan in the same state sitting in his lap, leaning on him as both fainted the second the troll's body impacted the floor. They could only sigh in extreme relief the first years survived it. Comment. 45 comments. Vote. Chapter 56, ch. 56. Narcissa's tender care. Lost motivation, yada, yada. Taking it down from Pat.Ryan. So I am uploading the chapters I have so far during this week, so each day there will be 5 chapters. After this week I will continue leisurely, depending on if I find motivation and drive to continue the story. I actually tried to find motivation and for the first time seriously opened reviews of this story and clicked on liked and started reading. Well, anybody who did the same probably knows how that went. It took 2 days until Hadrian was released from the infirmary wing, and he was ever so glad for it. He had enough of Dora's rants about him running off without her. Damn, she put it as if she didn't even care he was hurt. Just her ego was rattled that he was hurt without her being there. Yet, he could feel her magic resonating with concern and worry. He really appreciated the sentiment, at least. Her rants, though, he could do without. His nightmares started all over again when after these 2 boring days he came into his Hufflepuff chambers, only to find a peeved Narcissa waiting for him with an angry scowl and her hands on her hips in a commandeering pose. Harry James Potter. What the hell did you think you were doing? Unlike the heated scream of Nymphadora, Narcissa's voice was cold. Almost chillingly so. Hadrian could see the worry and concern in her eyes as she scrutinized his entire body for any scratch she could find while still appearing as angry as possible. Fighting a troll? Hadrian deadpanned. And why exactly were you fighting the troll? Narcissa's calm voice grated at Hadrian with cold fury. Why exactly were you fighting the troll when there are professors and even a Blastidora here? You know why. He blankly told her as he sat on the bed, noting a bunch of books in the middle of it. You were in my head enough to know. But. Narcissa's voice and demeanor cracked as she gave up. She shakily walked closer to the bed, sitting next to him. She tightly hugged him to her chest. I was so scared for you. She whispered with concern as Hadrian could feel tears wetting the top of his head. Don't worry, I had it all under control. He reassured her with an awkward tone and softly but unsurely patted her back. Liar. Narcissa gave him a broken smile. You are a horrible liar. I hope not. Hadrian jokingly quipped. That would be my death. She sniffed and wiped her tears, making her face presentable. Here. She patted the books on the bed. If you absolutely need to worry me to the early grave, at least learn how to properly defend yourself. What are these? He asked curiously as he took one into his hands. Combat Transfiguration and Animation books. Narcissa told him. All from Malfoy and Black libraries. These are the best you could find in England. Now, I heard you fought valiantly because of 2 girls. She smirked at him, trying to get her worries out of her head. So, should I start preparing to receive a new sister? She cooed saucily. Granger, perhaps. She saw his indifferent shrug as her smirk widened. The Bones girl, then. Her smirk was now splitting her face as she saw Hadrian shift uncomfortably under her gaze. Ah, so it is the Bones girl, after all. No. It's nothing like that. Hadrian weakly rebuffed. Not yet, anyway. And added when he saw Narcissa's knowing look. Oh who? Not yet, is it? She teased, giggling at his annoyed eye twitch increasing. All right. No need to snap at me, dear. Do you need anything? Narcissa asked concerned, but then with a serious disgusted undertone added. A proper healer, perhaps. No, I am fine already. Hadrian smiled at her. Should I order Creature to prepare some food for you then? No, sissy. I am really fine. I ate in the infirmary wing. He rolled his eyes good-naturedly, happy for her concern. Sex, then. Hadrian's mind stopped short, but when he saw her gentle gaze he understood she was asking only out of the concern and just wanted to make everything in her power to make him feel better. There was not an ounce of the typical lust she excluded when she wants to have sex. You need only to lie down, I can do everything by myself, just enjoy it and... Narcissa continued, her cheeks red. Hadrian squeezed her hand in reassurance. Sissy, I am fine. Honest. He chuckled at her stern gaze. I am in fact so fine I am going on a trip. He stated excitedly. Oh, boy. He really hit his head pretty hard, didn't he? Narcissa muttered to herself. Hey. No, husband dearest. You are staying in the bed. No trips for you until I deem you able to think straight. Narcissa ordered, releasing a yelp as she was pinched on her butt by Hadrian. I can think pretty straight, mind you. He indignantly uttered, making Narcissa glare at him in exasperation. But fine. My trip to the room of requirement can wait. He huffed and laid down on the bed. Room of requirement. Didn't you want to wait until you get the cloak because there is that balmy portrait watching? Narcissa's eyebrow twitched at the notion of Hadrian crawling his way from the basement to the 7th floor. Not on her watch. Ah, but Susan is such a genius. She invented invisibility transfiguration. I could probably sneak there without the cloak. I finally mastered it during my stay in the infirmary. Was so bored. Yes, you could, dear. Will you though? No, you most definitely won't. Not until you fully heal. Narcissa didn't let Hadrian protest as she flipped her body up, proceeding to straddle him, a bowl of steaming soup in her hand. Now, you will eat. She victoriously declared, and Hadrian could only pout as he was being fed by Narcissa. So, again, the Bones girl, huh? She nibbled at her lower lip as she put the spoon into Hadrian's mouth. I should probably invite her for a few days to the Black Mansion. Nobody uses that place and we could get to know each other, real well. Her lips curled up at the idea. No, you ain't inviting Susan anywhere. Hadrian harshly spoke, but then added with a mock-sad sigh. At least let me corrupt her first before you sink your claws into her juicy innocent personality, you minx. Narcissa rolled her eyes at him in amusement because both knew that will be exactly what will happen once she meets the girl. After all, it is her duty as a wife to make sure the girl will be loyal to her husband, now, isn't it? Anyway, on a happier note, Dumbledore is being flayed alive by the media for letting the troll in. Even his blunder with sending the students into the common rooms was not left alone by the prophet. Narcissa said as she put the bowl away, released Hadrian from under herself, made him turn around on his belly, and straddled him yet again. What would you like me to do, husband. Her eyes glinted. She knew well what she would have done, but she wanted to see the opinion of her husband and judge it. Hadrian moaned as Narcissa put her hands on his back and started massaging him. He felt her pressing into his stiff muscles, kneading and caressing them in circular motions as she waited for his answer. Make sure he doesn't lose his position as headmaster, but his reputation and political position suffer. It is better to have him busy with school and monitoring me, than at large. We can't afford him being away from a place where we have such a clear view of him and his actions. Hadrian said in the middle of the moans she induced with her skillful hands. As you wish. She purred, enjoying his moans at her touch. How about you? He asked, feeling her hands run along his spine so gently he shivered. Me. She hummed, her eyes not leaving Hadrian's back as she dragged her nails from his upper back to his lower, scratching it tenderly. Bellatrix. You wanted to deal with her. Hadrian stated, stifling a moan as he felt himself go stiff at her scratches. I know you care about her. Narcissa again hummed, her fingers happily dancing on his lower back. My preparations are finished. She pressed her fingers into his back as she dragged them upward. I will be visiting Bellatrix sometime before Christmas. She whispered as she licked her lips, her hands firmly kneading Hadrian's shoulders. My dear sister will be dead before Boxing Day. Okay. Hadrian melted to the bed, enjoying Narcissa's care for the rest of the night. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 57, ch. 57. The slight against the honor of House Black. Draco Malfoy was called into the office of Headmaster Dumbledore, unknowing what to expect or even the reason. Professor Sinistra, the new head of House Slytherin, told the password to the gargoyle and Draco could only watch in awe as the entrance appeared. Who knows? Maybe Dumbledore finally admitted Malfoys are his betters and want to beg his way into servitude. Sinistra, on the other hand, was annoyed. Extremely so. Now, at 8 in the evening, she had to escort the little arrogant ingrate and even be polite about it. Why did she take the position of head of the house again? Narcissa, sitting opposite Dumbledore, looked the man straight in the eyes, plainly inviting him to use legilimency while playfully presenting only thought in front of her mental shields again and again. I know about your mind-draping escapades, Twinkly. The smug smirk on her face only widened every time Dumbledore's frown deepened. Her fun was interrupted when the hearth's flame changed to green and Lucius Malfoy stepped into the room. Narcissa. He coldly greeted, trying to appear calm and collected while his hand strayed towards his wand in anger. After starting to manage the Malfoy estates, he found out that the bitch stole hundreds of millions of galleons during her management of Malfoy businesses. Now she even claimed 15% as hers and completely decimated another 35%. But she didn't stop there. Oh, no. Lucius had to use every waking second to salvage the businesses in order to keep the remaining 50% working, since somehow suddenly their clients and suppliers started changing sides, cancelling the contracts through some blasted inbuilt backdoors in them. Oh, Lucius was not angry. He was downright furious at her when he realized these clients and suppliers changed over to blacks. Now. You wouldn't want to be taken by Raz, again, would you, Lucius? Narcissa quipped with a mirthful grin. After all, there would be no wife to bribe you out of there anymore. Lucius glared at her as she took great pleasure in taunting him. Children, please. Dumbledore's voice immediately broke the impasse as both turned to the old coot with deadpan looks. They were about to rebuke him when the door flew open and Malfoy Jr. walked inside as if he owned the place. When Draco saw his mother, his expression lit up. She was always the one who bought him costly presents. Narcissa rolled her eyes as she recognized that gaze. Honestly, she did so because she cared at first. In the later years though, when Draco became Lucius Mini, it was only to keep him out of her hair. "Mother!" Draco exclaimed, and Dumbledore smiled at the family interaction. "You finally returned from your world tour." Narcissa looked at scowling Lucius while Sinistra looked in bemusement at the situation. "World tour? Really?" She sighed in indignation. "That's pathetic even for you, Lucius. Let's skip the formalities and come to the matter at hand. Why did you orchestrate this little gathering?" Lucius coldly ordered, as he was not about to be belittled by some whore. Narcissa shrugged uncaringly at him. "Well, let's do this, then. Narcissa Black, swear on my very life." She started making all four occupants of the room widen their eyes when they heard her declaration. "That I say the truth in the following statement." Draco Malfoy slighted the honor of Lord Black with his words. As she uttered her oath and accusations, Lucius instantly paled as he realized the implications. "Wait. When did I insult him?" Draco witlessly uttered in confusion. "Who is Lord Black, anyway?" Narcissa rolled her eyes at Draco but didn't answer. If they wanted her to give an oath on where, when, how, it would be impossible for her to provide. It was better to keep quiet now. She couldn't just tell them that it was when he called Potter balmy in the Great Hall, now, could she? Sinistra gasped as she also understood where this was going, and suddenly she cursed her luck even more for becoming the head of House Slytherin, as it would most likely send the house politics into chaos while she would have to glue the pieces back together. "Narcissa, is this really necessary?" Dumbledore grandfatherly asked, and added sorrowfully. "You are his mother." Narcissa thanked her luck as the change in topic completely diverted everyone, making them lose interest in Draco's question. After all, Narcissa did swear on her life. Meaning Draco indeed did insult Lord Black, and it was taken as an insult. Who cares when and where? Yes, it is necessary. An heir of noble house insulted my lord. Narcissa threw him an impassive stare. It's just some words. Let it go. Dumbledore coaxed. I will not let it go, you goat fucking imbecilic old meddling retard. She barked at him as everyone in the room gaped at her. Hearing the insults, Dumbledore's gaze hardened. Narcissa, you were raised better than Tha. He started. See. You did not let it go. Narcissa interrupted him nonchalantly. Hence, shut up. She turned back to Lucius, knowing well that Dumbledore would have no guts nor political clout to threaten her the same way she now threatens Malfoys. And if he did, oh, would she have a field day. What do you want? Lucius grumbled, knowing he had to compromise. If she went in front of Wizengamot with such an oath on her life of all things, their house could be very well ruined. I am generous. I only want 25% of your businesses. Narcissa declared, and everybody in the room dropped their jaws to the floor. What generous? Bullshit. That's basically the most Lord Black himself could win in front of Wizengamot for slight on his honor. And even then it would be very unlikely to get the full penalty. Narci. Lucius condescendingly started and tried to bargain as he coldly stared at the hated woman in front of him. She was really pushing his patience with her ridiculous actions. Reputation, Lucy. Narcissa interrupted him calmly, stopping him short. Think about your reputation. Lucius instantly knew he was in the corner and she was not about to negotiate her demands. If this came in front of Wizangamo, everybody would know that Narcissa was given to Lord Black by him, and he would not be able to create some elaborate story about her betrayal because of the secrecy contract he signed over the matter. It would be the height of shame for House Malfoy. Everybody would know that Malfoy estates are in tatters. It would hurt his political position and his ties with the minister. But most of all, everybody would know it was Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, who was responsible for such a humiliation to her former husband and son. They would start to ask questions and would be prone to find out the truth. Narcissa, of course, also didn't want to go in front of Wizangamo because the public would become aware that she was not a Malfoy anymore. They would find out her affiliation with Blacks and her scheming would become harder. Even Dumbledore didn't know yet. He thought she had protection of Lord Black and was currently in a dispute with her husband Lucius. At most, he saw her as a woman selling her body to Lord Black for benefits. As for her actually being an active part of House Black, he had not even an inkling she was actually allowed anywhere near anything important by Lord Black, much less managing the house. Only Lucius knew the truth, as it was him that made her into Lady Black. And then, the misfortune followed. He was made aware quite fast of her new place in the House Black, Narcissa supposed with glee. Anyway, for anyone without insider knowledge, this was seen only as a grab for easy money by using Lord Black and Draco's supposed blunder. At worst, they would now think Narcissa was a very vicious and heartless woman. Something she could live with. "What kind of mother are you?" Sinistra asked, disgust palpable in her tone. "How could you use your own son's actions to blackmail your husband? That's disgusting." She blurted out at Narcissa, not even thinking about her position or that her opinion right now didn't matter. Now that the black-skinned teacher asked her about her intentions and made this so much easier. She grinned. "Oh, I am not Draco's mother," she said lightly. Lucius wanted to faint as he heard her words so casually spoken in front of Albus freaking Dumbledore. By the next day, half of the ministry would know that he had a dispute with his wife, but now they would also get it into their ears that she was not actually the mother of his heir. Oh, shit. His eyes widened at Narcissa as he finally understood her true angle. People would start questioning Draco's mother. Her identity. Her blood status. Her family line. But even if they discovered she was magically powerful, pure blood, and Lucius's cousin, they would always see Draco as a child out of wedlock. It would hurt the political position of House Malfoy even more than revealing Narcissa's marital status. Moreover, any and all connection to House Black would be disproved. "What?" Sinistra shrieked, and even Dumbledore widened his eyes. "That's a family secret," Lucius coldly demanded, and put his hand on Draco's shoulder to prevent him from asking more questions. "I will make sure to punish anyone who reveals it." He glared at Sinistra, who gulped, but his magic was more threatening towards Dumbledore. Of course. The old coot knew it, but Lucius's glare didn't cease when he reassured him. With an audible sigh, Dumbledore took his wand. "I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, swear on my magic to never reveal the secret I just heard." He could not make an enemy of a man close to the minister for something as petty as this. Sinistra was not made into the head of Slytherins for no reason. She also whipped her wand and gave the same oath. This way, she won't have to look over her shoulder due to knowing too much. Narcissa's empathy registered the shift in Lucius from infuriated to calm and gave him a sweet smile, making him infuriated yet again. I am sure you will provide generous donations to me for keeping that secret, won't you? Narcissa innocently asked. We will sign a contract. Magically binding contract. Lucius gritted out. Sure. Narcissa agreed, but then she pulled out a contract from her purse. Here. Lucius gaped at that because it meant she aimed for exactly this result from the start. He read through it and his head spun. The contract was for 50% of his profitable businesses. He could not even give her those in near bankruptcy. He had to give her those that earned actual money. His income will be cut in half. But the contract stated that neither Narcissa nor Lord Black would bring up this particular insult, and Narcissa would never reveal the secret of Draco's birth. To add insult to the injury, the contract also stated that half of Malfoy house elves, 3 in total, would be given to Narcissa. The only stipulation being, Dobby was not to be one of them. Lucius signed. He had no other choice. This was a complete defeat for House Malfoy. But he will rise again. And when he does, Narcissa will suffer. Lucius swore it. Narcissa looked at the fool. For all his smarts and cunning, Lucius had one fatal weakness. He couldn't keep a tight grip on his emotions. That's why he studied occlumency to appear impassive and cold. But inside, he is always raging inferno of various emotions. It clouds his judgment. It did so when he signed over her contract, and it did so yet again now. Narcissa wondered if he was actually calm. Would he realize that while she cannot reveal the birth circumstances of Draco to the public, she could always tell to, say, her sister, who was already in the know anyway, and have her reveal it? She shook her head in bemusement. Well, thank you. She strutted towards the table and took the contract, rolling it up. You were all so forthcoming. And with that, she left the bewildered, fuming idiots to their own devices. Draco could only stare in shock as his apparently not mother just scammed half of their properties from his father, while the man just fumed and glared, unable to do anything. The view of his father's invincibility shifted slightly that day. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 58, ch. 58. Room of Requirements. It was mid-November, a little over 2 weeks since Hadrian faced the troll. Narcissa procured 3 very young house elves from Malfoy and made a deal with Dumbledore. Hadrian rolled in laughter at how she decided to profit from his order of make sure Dumbledore stays as headmaster. She actually promised him to persuade Lord Black to give Dumbledore the support of House Black in matters of that position. Narcissa of course didn't forget to add a lot of innuendos to cement Dumbledore's belief that she is in a sexual give-and-take relationship with Lord Black. With the current influence of House Black added to Dumbledore's own reputation, he would be literally unable to lose the position, so he didn't even do his grandfatherly spiel and pretend to care that Narcissa was selling her body. Narcissa's demands were simple. Dumbledore had to employ 2 of her new house elves at Hogwarts and pay Narcissa monthly wages as high as professors earned for each elf. Then she even asked for a monthly wage for herself in a show of greed. It took quite a bit of bickering, mostly due to Dumbledore not wanting to reveal he was instantly all for it. Yes, the wages were a lot. After all, Hogwarts was the best school in the world and it showed on the tuition. But then again, he needed the support of House Black, and even if Narcissa didn't deliver, it was just some money that didn't even belong to him. The vision of getting an additional strong backer without even giving anything his in return was too enticing. If she fulfilled her promise, then, awesome. If not, he would not really care. Hogwarts would have 2 additional elves, if only a bit costly ones. Dumbledore actually misunderstood because she didn't ask anything for House Black from him. He still thought she was but a sort of concubine for Lord Black, who humored her by letting her promise this in order to earn a little money on the side. 3 wages for such support was quite a cheap price, to be honest. These things were quite common in the wizarding world, after all, and Narcissa was a sly woman, looking incredibly well for her age. Dumbledore could imagine her using her womanly charms to get a few benefits. The deal could be cut at any time as it was not magically binding, but then again the payment for that promise was not something vital to Dumbledore and also could be terminated any time. Not once did Dumbledore realize Narcissa's real intentions were the elves themselves. And so, Hadrian found his accounts receiving 3 professor wages from Hogwarts each month. Additionally, now 2 house elves were approved by Dumbledore himself and registered into wards so they would not notify Dumbledore when the elves pop in and out. The best part: nobody cares about house elves if they are where they are expected to be. Hadrian just acquired 2 perfect spies for Hogwarts under his orders. And all it took was a verbal promise. He sometimes found his wife quite scary. Nevertheless, Hadrian quickly ordered his elves to empty the come-and-go room and bring the things into the basement of Grimmauld Place 12. Who knows, some of those things might be useful and still working. No. Today was the first time he actually ventured into the room of requirements by himself, and it made him excited. He put his invisibility coating onto his clothes, pulled up the hood, and happily marched towards the 7th floor. He saw the portrait but was not overly worried as he was invisible. The portraits do not report to Dumbledore everything. They are only obliged to answer if he asks. Hadrian doubted Dumbledore would ask about doors appearing out of nowhere on the 7th floor anytime soon. Hadrian entered the room of requirements and wished for the door to promptly disappear. As they were blending into the wall, he released a relieved sigh and pulled down his hood. Well. Let's try it, then. He wished for the books on dark arts from the Hogwarts library to appear on shelves, organized in alphabetical order. Just for fun and giggles. It was a second later when his jaw hit the floor as he saw 4 long shelves thrice as tall as he was, completely filled with dark arts books to the brim. How come? He rubbed the back of his head in confusion, only for books to appear in front of him. Looking at it, he blinked in realization. Dark Arts for First Years by Arnold Dumbledore. The date of publishing was 1634. The other books were also Dark Arts course books for Hogwarts, and Hadrian understood that the curriculum was a lot more limited nowadays. Wishing the books and shelves to vanish, he stopped playing around as he promised to himself to return and have all these books copied. For now, his goal was to further study the room with his perception. He could do other things later. I wonder, how do you work? He closed his eyes and started feeling the magic around him. The first plainly obvious fact was that the room itself was some kind of subdimension inwoven into the wards, connected by the walls. That was the reason it did not show on the Marauder map, which took information from the wards themselves. It was not registered as a part of the school, the same as the Chamber of Secrets. The connection with the walls allowed Umbridge and her Inquisition to barge in through other means than doors, which Hadrian found stupid. If there was nothing like that, the room of requirements would be unable to be invaded altogether. But Rowena most likely never expected the room to be used for training a secret army. The more disheartening fact was that the room could only materialize things that were registered by the Hogwarts wards into the database of the room. A similar concept to the Marauder map, only, insanely a lot more complicated. Sadly, this meant that if Harry wanted Lucius Malfoy to appear in front of him for a good beating, nope. Jokes aside, this meant he could at most use it as an expandable training space or massive library, since even the books that were already disposed of could still be replicated due to the wards still remembering them. All in all, it was a nifty piece of enchantment and rune usage, but it was obvious it was geared towards stashing and easily sorting all the knowledge gathered in Hogwarts rather than being a secret hideout. Judging by the wards, Rowena certainly intended the room to be used a lot. Oh, Hadrian was so glad for Potter family magic and the ward's recognition it gave him. As he was coursing through the protections and peeking at the runes that made it possible to create a subdimension of all things, Hadrian felt a slight disturbance in the magic behind the wall on the left side. He approached it and put his hand on the brick that was a little too magically charged for it to be a coincidence. He pushed a sliver of his magic into it only to have the wall part exactly like the one in the leaky cauldron. Hadrian cautiously walked in and saw a passage to the chambers of Rowena Ravenclaw. Blinking owlishly, his lips curled into a grin. There was a similar bed to Helga's room, but other than that, the room was expanded multiple times to hold the numerous massive shelves filled to the brim with Ravenclaw's personal library. Hadrian hit the jackpot. After spending 4 hours looking around, he walked to the hearth as he saw something incredibly intriguing there. Something he saw in Hufflepuff chambers and knew it to be some kind of trigger, but even with his perception, he was unable to activate it due to a block from the other side. 3 bronze statues rested near the hearth. A coiled snake, a curled badger, and a sleeping lion. On top of the hearth, there was a perched eagle. In Hufflepuff's chambers, the perched eagle was in the place of the badger in front of the hearth, but nevertheless the usage was obvious. Hadrian walked closer to the eagle on the top, and with his magic opened the connection towards the badger as he previously did in the Hufflepuff chamber. The hearth suddenly burst into earthly yellow flames and Hadrian smirked. He just found a predecessor of the Floo travel. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 59, ch 59. Hello Bella. It was 20th December and Narcissa was on a boat, heading to Azkaban for the visit scheduled a month ago. Tomorrow, Hadrian will come home for the holidays and Narcissa wanted to surprise him. We are here. A gruff man told her as the boat stopped near the shore, as if it was not obvious. Rolling her eyes in a perfect show of a proud, pure-blood lady, she sneered at him and reached her hand in askance of help. The man reluctantly obliged, helping her exit the boat as she was smirking at his sour expression. Who knew the Aurors are taught manners nowadays? Narcissa told him bluntly in amusement as his face tightened. What? She was petty. The man annoyed the hell out of her with his witty remarks as he tried to flirt half of the journey. The next half was him scowling and fuming as she politely rebuked his advances as he asked what man she prefers, by bluntly telling him she enjoys what her husband was giving her every evening. The debate died down that instant, much to her utter bemusement. Narcissa was led through the Azkaban. The deeper she went, the more her body started shivering. It was to the point that even the guards got wary of her. It was a well-known fact that people with bad and brutal memories are affected more. And those are mostly either abused victims or bloody murderers. The problem was, Narcissa's proud straightened bearing did not look abused at all. The guards were wizards and wizards loved to jump to hasty conclusions. And she was the wife of a Death Eater, wasn't she? Imperious or not. As she approached the cell containing her sister, Narcissa was sinking her nails into her palm so deeply, blood started dripping on the floor. Her worst memories flashed through her eyes. Her own torture and suffering. The torture and suffering she was responsible for. The number of people she killed. Narcissa clasped her occlumency shields tightly on the magic trying to invade her. Well, no wonder every Death Eater is almost a vegetable after a few weeks of the presence of Dementus. She thought bitterly when she reached Bella's cell, hearing the mad cackling of her sister reverberating through the air. Ah, how I admire you, sister dearest. So insane even mental torture such as this has no effect on you, bringing you joy instead. Narcissa's lips twitched. We are here, Mrs. Malfoy. The guard said, feeling twitchy as her cold glare landed on him. I see. She intently peered at him until he gave up. I will wait for you at the end of the corridor then. The guard nodded, realizing she wanted privacy. Geez, wizards really believe in the invincibility of Azkaban, don't they? Narcissa quietly whispered as she watched him leave and entered the cell, her wand drawn. Not a second after the doors opened, Bellatrix leaped at her, a savage grin on her face. Narcissa, completely unbothered, sent her sister's starved body flying back with a chantless banishing charm as she rolled her eyes. Bella, Bella. You never learned the common courtesy, did you? Narcissa quipped. It is not polite to rip your guests apart, you know. If it isn't Sissy. Bellatrix giggled as her crumbled body laid unmoving, leaning on the wall it impacted not a second ago, blood trickling down her forehead. What do I owe such an honor that Lucius let you visit? Bellatrix exclaimed with childish giddiness in her voice, contrasting with her gaunt lifeless appearance and haunted soulless eyes. I see. My hopes didn't come true, after all. Narcissa concluded as Bellatrix tilted her head at her, wondering what did her sister mean. Tell me, Bella, how do you feel about the Dark Lord? Bellatrix's gaze sharpened. Why do you ask? Narcissa shrugged and leaned forward as if she was going to tell her a very important secret. If he returned, would you serve him again? Bellatrix's eyes widened, a happy grin splitting her face. Of course. He is my master. The sole reason for my life is to serve him. He is invincible. Bellatrix started her tirade when she suddenly stopped her rant and looked at Narcissa with unadulterated joy. Don't tell me. Is he already back? Bella's body shook with glee at that thought as she started happily cackling. I see. Narcissa looked at her sister with a sad gaze as she realized the years with legilimens such as the Dark Lord did leave their mark on Bella. Narcissa was glad the wizards, while capable of tracking wand magic in Azkaban, were unable to discern the usage of runes. She tapped the rune on her hand with steely determination in her eyes. Bellatrix didn't even manage to react as her body hit the ground. Narcissa reached towards her expanded purse and approached Bellatrix's body. I am incredibly sorry for what I will put you through, sister. But I can't have you endanger our husband. Narcissa whispered to her as she put a paper with a rune she invented on Bella's chest, transporting Bella into the subdimension in the paper. Narcissa could only praise Hadrian for finding such useful knowledge. She then pulled out another paper with the exact same rune and put it on the ground, activating it. Suddenly a female body appeared in the cell. It was Mariana Avery, an unmarked Death Eater. Narcissa delivered a sharp kick into her abdomen to wake her up. Mariana quickly woke up with a painful groan and found herself tightly bound, her last memory being a trip to Nocturne Alley. Mariana's eyes widened as she met Narcissa's cold gaze. Her eyes clearly displayed her question as they frightfully shook at the cruel woman in front of her. Out of every unmarked servant of the Dark Lord, Narcissa was always considered the cruelest one. She, in the shadows while her sister Bella in the light. Mariana couldn't curse herself more for laughing at Narcissa and adding to her suffering before she became precious to the Dark Lord. But, who could expect the bitch would gain his favor? Mariana always expected retribution for her actions, but after the years she started hoping. Narcissa smirked. I must admit, waiting decades for this opportunity was quite suffocating. Alas, it is finally here. Narcissa chuckled at the disheartened look Mariana showed. Don't you worry. You won't suffer much. Narcissa activated the rune on Mariana's back that changed her appearance, voice, smell, and even magical signature to Bellatrix's after Narcissa registered Bella's magical signature when she stored her unconscious body. The same rune that was basically undetectable unless a guard looks at her lower back. Even then he would have to realize it is not a tattoo and probe it with magic to discover it was magical. But Narcissa doubted the guards visited Bellatrix's cell of all places to relieve their urges. The rune would slowly kill Mariana by lowering the temperature of her body during the following days. With dementor exposure, the temperature of the cell, the insufficient and disgusting food, and water. Only the magic kept the prisoners alive. Even the cold temperature of the cells was measured to weaken them and make the prisoners suffer, but was high enough to make sure the magic kept them alive. Therefore, the basic temperature lowering rune will be enough to kill Mariana before Christmas through a heart attack from the stress. Narcissa left the door as she vanished the bindings on Mariana. Not a second after the door closed behind her, she could hear frightened banging noise as the person behind repeatedly screamed her name. Approaching the guard at the end of the corridor, she sweetly smiled. My dear sister became even crazier and more delusional than the last time I saw her. She told him, feigning sadness. Yes. She is completely mad. Sorry. The guard rubbed the back of his head awkwardly as he realized he was talking badly about the sister of hers straight to her face. No. Narcissa shook her head. You wouldn't believe her newest delusion. She actually believes she is Mariana Avery. Narcissa started a relaxed banter with the guard as he was leading her out of Azkaban. The poor guy just went ahead with it, not realizing she was getting his mental state and opinion of the new Bella exactly where she wanted. It would not take even an hour after her departure, for the entire Azkaban to know that Bellatrix again mentally flipped after her sister visited. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 60, ch 60. I am sorry, dear sister. Bellatrix opened her eyes groggily, looking around herself only to realize she was bound to a chair. She tried to forcefully move her hands but couldn't, blinking her eyes fast in order to regain clarity in her vision. Then, Bellatrix tried to use a small wandless rope-releasing spell. That was when her mind froze as she realized she was not bound by ropes but something else. Her vision finally returned in full and she saw her hands on the armrest and her ankles near the lower parts of chair legs, invisible pressure holding them in the place. Then it clicked. Runes. She was bound by freaking runes. Groaning, she realized there is no way out of this one without getting the caster somehow to release her or scratch the runes. But, she realized the runes are all on the lower parts of the armrest. Cursing, she bit her lip in order to not let out a sound. She was so enamored in it, she did not notice the icy blue stare observing her actions from the shadows in the corner of the room. I see you are still very resourceful, sister. Bellatrix heard the voice and instantly recognized it as Narcissa's. Sister. she asked hopefully, only to lose said hope a second later as the flashback of how exactly she got into this situation appeared in her mind. You were the one who bound me. Bellatrix trailed off in disbelief. Narcissa impassively stared at her sister, not confirming nor denying, but for both, the answer was obvious. Why? Bellatrix screamed, feeling betrayed. Well, since I doubt you would be able to come by this information in Resort Azkaban, Narcissa chuckled hollowly. Let me explain. You are now Bellatrix Black, the new wife of Lord Black. Congratulations. Narcissa quipped sarcastically. What? Bellatrix exclaimed in distraught. How? Lestrange's sold you, not important. Narcissa dismissively waved her hand and Bellatrix wanted to retort. What is important though is that you are a firm believer in the Dark Lord even without the influence of the contract. Sister! Bellatrix screamed, feeling that her sister is not on the side of her master anymore. The Dark Lord will return. Stop this. We can still be by his side together, serving him faithfully. Oh, Bella. He really did a number on your mind, didn't he? Narcissa uttered quietly in a pitying tone, stopping Bellatrix short as she realized where her sister is going with this. Sissy. I will rip you to shreds for disrespecting the Dark Lord. Bellatrix raged, thrashing her body. I inspected it when you slept, sister. The Dark Lord clearly used his legilimency prowess to slowly and painstakingly convert your mind over a long period of time. Narcissa started explaining as if she was a mind healer, but by that point, Bellatrix was fuming and fighting against her restraints in a vain attempt to free herself. Confundus, obliviate, redirecting your mind to reach a certain conclusion, slowly but surely making you dependent on him. Quite frankly, sister, you are a lost cause. Narcissa shook her head in sadness. You would die for him even if he betrayed you. So fucked up is your mind by now. I am not mad. I love my master. Bellatrix raved in fury, venomously glaring at Narcissa as her magic tried to flare to damage the runes. He is my reason for living. Exactly my point. Narcissa's warm and sisterly attitude instantly grew cold. Her eyes coldly stared at Bellatrix, making her nervous. Bellatrix recognized that gaze. After all, it was the same look she had when staring at a hated enemy. In that case, I am sorry, sister dearest. I will have to slightly adjust your attitude. Bellatrix instantly found herself staring at the tip of Narcissa's wand, and before she could react, she heard her sister's menacing voice. Legilimens. And her world burst into pain. Narcissa's probe violently slammed into Bellatrix's oh-so-feeble occlumency. A holiday in Azkaban clearly didn't do her sister well. Narcissa didn't penetrate Bellatrix's shields, she shattered them to dust. This, of course, brought Bella such amounts of mental pain, she was shaking in the seat, her eyes wide and her teeth gritted hard. She was not screaming though, yet. After disposing of Bellatrix's shields, Narcissa ventured further, and further, until she was in the core of Bellatrix's mind. The thing that made her. Narcissa's probe squeezed, and started stretching until she finally grabbed a handful of her mind and, forcefully pulled away. Bellatrix's head slammed back into the backrest with a crunch, a silent scream leaving her lips as her mouth opened wide in agony as tears streamed down her gaunt cheeks from her wide and horrified eyes. Narcissa wasn't done though. She didn't want to torture her sister, and by now, tears of sadness fell from her eyes as she saw Bellatrix in pain. Nevertheless, she continued. The probe holding a part of Bellatrix's mind, pulling it out, suddenly twisted into tearing motion so violently it caused a partial rip. Bellatrix's mind experienced a large crack but still fought Narcissa at every turn as the twist tore half of the bit the probe held, but the next part still clung to the rest. The part that was ripped away was minuscule and Narcissa discarded it away, making it float around the core of Bella's mind, unable to rejoin it as her probe was expelled from Bellatrix's mind. At being forced to violently part from a part of her mind, Bellatrix started screaming in pain, much louder than what Crucio could ever make her mind throbbing as if her brain was just mixed into a soup. Her entire body was tensed, tersely jerking from side to side, only her eyes tightly set in Narcissa's direction as blood trickled from her nose and ears. Narcissa ended the probe and flopped down on the chair behind her, her wand arm just freely hanging down. She put her free hand over her eyes tiredly as she noted her magic considerably depleted from the struggle between Bella's mind and herself. Bellatrix finally stopped screaming as the pain receded and hung her head low as her body leaned forward as she started dry heaving her empty guts onto her lap. Her dirty curly black hair covered her face and the blood slowly dripped onto her lap from her nose, mixing with her spit. Her toes curled up from the intense pain as her nails bloodied themselves from the force they clung to the armrests as her nails cracked or completely broke. He. Bellatrix chuckled breathlessly in pain. You failed, sister. She snickered hollowly. Did I? Narcissa groaned in annoyance. I tore a chunk from you. No. You might have done that, but you are too weak to do more than that. Bellatrix started madly laughing only to have a dry coughing fit stop her. She finally stopped gasping for breath and her voice turned serious. You don't have enough power. She cackled in happiness. True. Narcissa rolled her eyes, admitting it calmly. But I am a master at runes and I spent considerable time at Hogwarts. Bellatrix didn't understand but stayed quiet, waiting for her next torture. She was sure they were far from over. I, of course, placed a few runes there. 6 of which are my new prototypes. You see, being able to recharge my magic from Hogwarts directly is quite a marvelous power boost. Narcissa flippantly said as she activated the 6 leeching runes at Hogwarts, directing the flow of magic into a rune near her heart, and into herself. She approached Bellatrix and gripped her hair, flinging her head up to look at her. Narcissa teared up as she spotted Bellatrix had one eye half closed while the other was wide open, a clear sign of mental damage. She saw something she never imagined she would see on her sister's face. Fear. Her sister didn't fear even Crucio, but right now, she was staring at Narcissa as if she was the devil himself, about to eat a little girl. Narcissa steeled her heart and pointed her wand at Bellatrix and again called out. Legilimens. The mind probe ravaged Bella's mind with the sheer weight of magic leached from Hogwarts itself as it this time took a quarter of Bella's mind into its clutches and squeezed, kneading it painfully as Bellatrix's violent thrashes completely stopped. The poor murderer could only release a whimper and tremble at the horrendous agony she was experiencing. Even her body refused to expend energy on thrashing anymore. Narcissa viciously pulled, twisted, ripped, mixed, and meticulously discarded memory after memory from Bella's mind, letting it just float around in a broken mess. It took her 4 screams, wailing, and pleading filed hours to finally dismantle the core of Bellatrix's mind so utterly, even Voldemort wouldn't be able to put the pieces together. Bellatrix Lestrange became no longer a possibility. Narcissa didn't stop there. She continued for the next 2 hours, staring into the soulless black eyes of her sister that didn't contain even a spark of life anymore and made sure every single memory, moment, experience, or feeling of Bellatrix was fragmented and put into the whirlwind of pieces that were swirling in the chaos called Bellatrix's mind. If one had to describe what just transpired, the closest comparison would be that Bellatrix's mind was albeit rotten but a whole loaf of bread. Narcissa needed to cut the bread, but instead of a knife, hell, even a meat chopper, she brought a bona fide chainsaw with her and started shredding the bread to crumbs. Nobody would be able to put these numerous crumbs together to form the same bread as before. Only after seeing that a point-blank Bombarda Maxima would cause a lesser mess of Bella's head, was Narcissa satisfied with her work. Oh! She suddenly noticed that using the runes to leech Hogwarts magic during these hours made her own reserve soar by a whole 10%. A smirk appeared on her face as she realized that maybe she could help her beloved even on the front lines if her magic strengthened so much every day. What worst Dark Lord in the history of Britain? She will be the worst Dark Lady of the entire freaking world if Hadrian needed it from her. She left the room with a happy skip in her step as she remembered Hadrian would come home in a short few hours. She needed to bathe and prepare herself. As the door closed, the blooded drooling mess that was former Bellatrix brokenly stared into nothingness as it was still firmly bound to the chair, its hair messily sticking to its sweat-covered face. There was no mind in its eyes anymore. Comment. 47 comments. Vote. Chapter 61, ch 61. Christmas 1. Hadrian came home for the holidays and enjoyed his time, just chilling on the couch with Narcissa as they watched TV. His smart wife apparently found a rune that coated electrical appliances in a protective invisible barrier so the magic won't harm them. It was actually derived from the Master Ward around Diagon Alley and Ministry that Narcissa promptly and carefully researched when she noted it prevents the Ministry, which was in the underground under the government buildings in London, to fry the electronics in said government buildings. Wizards had the wards to make them able to use technology and they didn't even know it. All it took Narcissa was a bit of tweaking and here we go. Her response when Hadrian asked how and when she found this out was to give him an exaggerated eye roll and utter mockingly, "I found out years ago, really. It's just stupid, you know. Diagon is in the middle of London, literally bathing in magic. If there was nothing preventing the magic from spilling to the outer world, half of London would be a mysterious technology dead zone. And I am not even going to mention the Ministry and their Department of Mysteries that have their own skeletons in the closet, hence abundant magic all around." But no matter they had TV, most of their time was spent watching each other and snogging, feeling each other up. While in Hogwarts they did meet up to have sex almost every other night and the nights in between they spent snuggled to each other on the bed as they slept. They missed casual spending of time with each other with occasional touch and innocent kiss. For Hadrian, this blissful peace with Narcissa was much needed for him as his mind completely relaxed and he cherished every second of her presence near him. Even if he was quite curious where she disappeared to on hours to end every day, only to turn up later exhausted with dried tears on her cheeks. Every time he asked, he only got a dejected answer. Nothing to worry about. He just shrugged it off as he saw a worried and concerned expression on Narcissa's face, peering at him with conflicted feelings only to lovingly caress him with her eyes a moment later. Hadrian found it weird and hoped it would stop sometime around Christmas. He decided to trust her to take care of whatever is hounding her until then. The Christmas morning started and both Hadrian and Narcissa woke up at 5 in the morning. The day to liberate Slytherin vaults finally came. Hadrian and Narcissa stood in front of Kreacher and Narcissa's 3 house elves, patiently waiting in a row with straightened backs and impassive faces. On their bodies was a chibi Death Eater's attire with white masks and hoods. Even the elves working at Hogwarts were relieved from their duties at school for this day when Narcissa sent a notice she would need them for Christmas to Dumbledore. "Butler Kreacher!" Hadrian shouted, trying to sound stern. Behind him, Narcissa was trying to hold Snickers as she was mentally rolling her eyes at him. Kreacher, as the good obedient house elf he was, saluted and stood at attention. "Sir, yes, sir. What is your mission for this fine day?" Hadrian asked with a severe expression. "Elf hop to Gringotts. Avoid wards. Avoid dragons. Avoid patrols. Avoid idiots. Avoid wizards. In that order. Elf hop to Slytherin vault. Register blood of master. Elf hop inside. Clean it out. Bring everything to the basement here. Leave one nut for goblins. Over." The little elf enthusiastically recited his orders and Hadrian nodded his head in pride. "He will make a valiant soldier, butler out of him yet. Get to it, Butler Kreacher," Hadrian ordered, and the little guys popped out. "Well, that was entertaining," Narcissa quipped with Snickers. "What? They are like puppies. You have to train them." Hadrian turned to her mirthfully. "Sure they are," she told him in a mock innocent tone. "Anyway, I am going to prepare myself for the dinner Andromeda invited us for." She turned around and exited the room. Hadrian shrugged at her leaving form and hoped the Operation Fuck Goblins would go well. Hadrian wanted to empty the Slytherin vault the second he heard about it. He waited because if it opened and he refused to pay the fees that were being piled up for centuries, as the little shits were inept enough to be unable to access the gold inside, he would lose a chunk of that vault for these fees alone. His account manager, the little goblin shit, even attempted to persuade him to register himself and open the vault. Without telling Hadrian he would lose it in less than a few hours after it was opened. The fees were not a problem. Hadrian was sure he could pay them, centuries or not. The problem was that goblins are too greedy for their own good. You don't pay fees. You get interests on top of interests on top of fees. Since the vault was closed off and they could not do anything about it, no matter how they tried, for centuries. Yeah, the interest. Hadrian doubted he would be able to pay it even with all three of his accounts. After all, after such a long time goblins can just scribe the number, forge papers, and be done with it. The final sum would be at their discretion and nobody can say two shits about it since even the records would not remember. It would literally take years only to go through financial statements and get the final number. And even then that number would be idiotic because goblins know how to play the long game and surely added more interests than they should since no one watched over their shoulder. Fortunately for Hadrian, he had read the service's Gringotts introductory book and didn't open the vault. His account manager could only gnash his teeth and be polite as both knew what he tried to do. Funny or not, Hadrian was irked at the guy. The next ray of sunshine in the situation was that even though he could not pay the fees and interests, goblins were unable to touch his other accounts to collect these fees as they belonged to different families. No matter that the owner was the same. This rule was enforced after one of the goblins' rebellions that started when they did exactly that. A Hufflepuff family descendant returned and was a lord of noble house at that time. They took the vault of said noble house alongside the Hufflepuff vault. Hadrian thought the family was Smiths or something. Bum-ba-da-bum, wizards started suppressing them. What the heck did the little shits think would happen? Hadrian had no idea. What they did to the poor guy with tons of influence was a daylight robbery, as they emptied his vaults for taking the inheritance test and being dumb enough for opening the vault. Long story short, goblins lost badly at that and had to return most of the vaults. It was the only rebellion that ended in such bloodshed that goblins themselves surrendered before wizards offered a peace treaty. They would not dare to do a stunt like that ever again. And it was not only due to the clause in the treaty forbidding it. But, if he opened the Slytherin vault, said vault would be free game. Only his other family vaults were out of their reach, legally speaking. Hence, this mission. It was Christmas time. Goblins may not celebrate Christmas, but today was their most important celebration. Gringotts was open, but today the fees were quintupled. No goblin in the bank was there voluntarily. They were those that lost bets, fights, or were punished. While other goblins feasted, duelled, mated, these suckers had to guard the bank. Well, let's just say the security was all-time low and the bank was severely understaffed. A chance for a heist, right? No. The wards were in wartime settings, and quite frankly, Hadrian pitied any idiot who would try something today. His method though was legal. His house elves are his property, not people. The magical wards would not even notify the goblins they entered the vaults, as that is how the wizards get things from their vaults most of the year. Especially during days like this. So the house elves can enter and wouldn't even need to be sneaky about it. But, why would Hadrian pass an opportunity to make it a little more interesting, right? The house elves were clad in Death Eater attire and had orders to make sure they are seen by wizards a moment before popping away after they finish their job. The thing is, opening the Slytherin vault needed Hadrian blood. But only his blood. Not his presence. Therefore the little guys could open the vault, which would turn off the locks and the more dangerous wards that goblins had problems to breach. This would make it possible for goblins to start the procedure of withdrawing the fees from the vault, as they would like to call it. Of course, it was Christmas, so the paperwork would have to wait until tomorrow, since today there was no high enough goblin to approve it. Oh, Hadrian had no delusions that the first thing tomorrow goblins would barge into Slytherin vault, all paperwork filed and properly approved. He would be only able to weep and lament as Gringotts Owl would notify him of the seizure of his vault, at that time. But the house elves, due to the bond, can get inside the Slytherin vault after it is opened and empty it out before the goblins. They have an entire day for it before the goblins can even try getting in legally. Let's just say, Hadrian would just play dumb when asked and pretend that to his knowledge the honorary one nut was all the vault held. He would not even have to be sincere about it. Oh, he would certainly say it with a gleeful mile-wide shitty smirk straight into his account manager's face. Happy times. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 62, ch 62. Christmas 2. Hadrian in his adult form and a black business suit, and Narcissa in a black Victorian dress flew to Andromeda's and Ted's house. Only to be greeted by the sight of happy Andromeda, resigned Ted, and scowling Dora. "Hello," they chorused with a smile as they saw Dora's scowl. "Hi, welcome, Lord Black, sissy." Andromeda greeted them while Ted waved. Dora was quiet, her eyes sweeping through Hadrian's adult form. She suddenly got a déjà vu and thought Lord Black was quite similar to her Harry. Her eyes darted to his forehead, but no scar could be found. She shook that thought from her head and kept the urge to groan in frustration at her haywire feelings at bay, only to be nudged by her father, who looked at her with an awkward face. "Ah, sorry. Hi, Lord Black, I am Dora Tonks." She slightly bowed as she realized her manners were lacking, but whatever. Both Narcissa and Hadrian chuckled while Dora's parents gave them apologetic wry grins. Hello, Nymphadora. Good to see you again, Nymphadora. They both again said Nymphadora together, making Dora's scowl return. Hadrian couldn't help himself but approach Dora and pat her head. Girl. We just couldn't resist. He snickered only for his hand to be swept from Dora's head by her hand. With a huff, she turned around and went to her room as Hadrian rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I will come for dinner. Dora shouted from the stairs, her voice miffed. You forgot you are not in your kid form, mate. That's the one my little girl wants to shag. Ted quipped, bemused as he led them towards the table. Sigh, what will I do with that girl? Since she came home, she cannot shut up about some Harry Potter. Do you happen to know him, perhaps? Andromeda quipped jokingly as she mockingly put her hand on her forehead. So are you? Mock me, why won't you? Hadrian grumbled and sat down behind the table. Narcissa followed him and put her chair right next to him to be able to hold his hand and lean on him. Well, the girl is in love, dear. She joined the conversation. Her actions don't fit the wild girl Nymphadora is supposed to be. She shook her head sadly. From her reaction, she does realize it and is quite undecided what to think about it. She wants it badly though. They all knew Narcissa was natural in mind arts. That also included some degree of ability to read people. Andromeda could only genuinely grimace. You know, she did give her virginity to Charlie Weasley only to be dumped not even half-hour later. Andromeda squeezed Ted's hand so hard he was gritting his teeth while giving stink eye at Hadrian's amused expression. It was Harry who cheered her up and was her emotional support for the entirety of her stay at Hogwarts. Andromeda smiled at him sweetly. Hadrian was focused on Andromeda. He liked Dora and didn't know it happened quite like that. He always thought. Let me guess. Andromeda continued, a bit peeved but also amused. You thought Dora lost it when she was somewhere around 4th or 5th year. Hadrian was about to lie through his lips and deny it only to be rebuked before he even began talking. Don't try to deny it. Dora is wild. Everybody thinks she just took her Quidditch captain by the tie and shagged him senseless as a graduation gift at the end of her 4th year. There are rumors of it in Hogwarts and quite frankly, it was driving Dora mad for a while. The boy was a real friend though and tried to make her feel better. A pity he played for the other team and moved to the States. Andromeda leaned on Ted for support as Narcissa delightedly mirrored her and leaned on Hadrian. But Dora really cherished her chastity, you know. Andromeda sadly told them. That's why I want to kill Charlie Weasley so much. She finished with venom in her tone. As 5th year our little girl had 5 different boyfriends during the year but she never went further than kissing. She was proud of herself for that stunt. Ted continued for Andromeda with a chuckle. Not so much. 5 boys. In a year, if that was going to be her luck in dating then I worried about her future. Well. I was also feisty during my Hogwarts years. Narcissa quipped only to be pinched by Hadrian. Hey. She barked indignantly and then licked his cheek playfully. But don't worry. I belong only to you. She tightly pressed his arm between her breasts as her head rested on Hadrian's shoulder in delight. So, how does Weasley fit into the story? Hadrian continued the previous topic as he was interested in the story. It might very well decide the well-being if not the life of one Charlie Weasley. Ah, yes, it was kind of weird, you know. Our girl wasn't big of a fan of that boy. He was Gryffindor, her Quidditch competition. He was Weasley, well, Andromeda was always vocal about them. And not in a good way. Ted continued a little confused. But one day, out of nowhere, she just came singing gospel about the boy. Did you suspect foul play? Narcissa asked bluntly, stopping Ted short. Yes. Andromeda said, making Ted gape at her. When? He burst out. Not important. Andromeda rebuffed him chidingly. There was no love potion used. I was really spooked with Dora's mood swings. When she came from school she was gushing about him, and then at the end of the holiday, nothing. It was confusing, so I had her tested. Ah, there was nothing found, wasn't there? Narcissa rolled her eyes. When did you test her? When she came home from Hogwarts, for Christmas. Realization dawned on Andromeda as she stared at Narcissa in horror. You don't mean to say that? Exactly, dear sister. If she really had such swings in her feelings towards the boy. Yes, it is entirely possible. Narcissa concluded. How? Ted asked, murder in his eyes. If it was true then. Dora is a teenager. One love potion is enough to make her feel in love for a short while. 3 in short duration, one after the other would reinforce those feelings. But the effects would disappear. Andromeda shouted. Yes. But. Narcissa sighed. But she was a teenager. Too hormonal. In short, craving sex and love. Her mind got to feel love, no matter if it was a fake one. Then it was reinforced and well, her own hormones-filled body did the rest and persuaded her mind the boy is the right one for her. At least for a while. Hence, her mood swings. A week without seeing him or getting a dose of love potion and her feelings would start to fade. But if she had contact with him. Narcissa shook her head and shrugged. You would not find love potion in her system unless you incidentally took her from school by surprise during a week when she was being dosed and had her tested. 3 days and it would be flushed from her system while effects would be sustained due to self-suggestion of her mind. If someone added a slight confundus on top of that, well, it would be actually perfectly undetectable yet held strong for weeks if not months. There is an entire study about the effects of mind-altering potions on the mind and how the effects can be preserved for some time even after the effect of the potion ceased. It could be worse though. She could actually persuade herself she is madly in love with him and become obsessed. There is a reason why these potions are restricted, after all. Narcissa finished with a shrug, leaving both Tonks's gape at her. An awkward silence ensued in the room only for a broken teary voice from the direction of the door to be heard. Is it true? Dora stood in the middle of the door, her expression twisted in deep sorrow and anguish at hearing what Narcissa said. Sweetie. Andromeda tried to calm Nymphadora down while feeling horror crept up her mind. Is it true? Dora just repeated her question, a little harsher this time but still softly. Narcissa looked directly at the girl and sighed. It was just speculation, but I meant about the reason for mood swings and the self-suggestion. Dora interrupted her. Yes. Narcissa bluntly told her as she realized the girl had to have her own suspicions if she asked that question. There was no point in lying to her now. Oh. Dora turned around and rushed to her room while sobs shook her body. Narcissa. Andromeda angrily screamed only to be pulled back into her seat by her husband. "It's fine, dear." Our Nymphy had to hear it. If not now, then eventually. God, she looked as if. He tried to finish that sentence with difficulty. She had a revelation. Narcissa nodded and finished for him. "That's why I answered." For her to ask that question, she must have suspected something was wrong but couldn't quite put it. But now. She helplessly sighed. "Well, so much for Christmas." Hadrian uttered dryly and received 3 awkward grins. "Never mind, Narcissa." He stood up, pulling Narcissa with him. "Let's go, we have a girl to console." He left with her, heading upstairs as grateful Tonks's watched their back. "Our girl chose well this time, didn't she?" Andromeda snuggled deeper into Ted, trying to stifle her anger. "She did." Ted nodded and held on Andromeda tightly, not liking what he learned. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 63, ch 63. Christmas 3. Hadrian and Narcissa entered Dora's room and found the poor girl warped in her blanket on her bed as her terse sobs resounded through the air and tears streamed down her cheeks. Hadrian sat on the edge of her bed and pulled Dora into his embrace. The usually fiery girl didn't even fight him as she was too tired for that. "Shush, it will be fine," he cooed to her as he gently caressed her hair. It took a while of whispering encouraging words to Dora's ear, but the girl eventually calmed down. She still clung tightly to Hadrian, just resting her head on his shoulder. "What should I do now?" she asked him hollowly. "Nothing," Hadrian answered instantly without even thinking, which made Dora raise her head and look him straight into the eyes, waiting for him to elaborate. "You can do nothing but live your life well. Learn to defend yourself and your mind and accomplish your goals. Narcissa here will make sure to train you in combat and mind arts." He didn't want Dora anywhere close to fighting, but he would be damned if he didn't make her suffer in order for her to learn how to kick ass. His little Dora had to learn how to defend herself. Dora was at first grateful, but that feeling quickly disappeared when she saw the smug, bloodthirsty smirk of Narcissa. Instead, she gulped in worry, her previous worries forgotten. On the second thought, she was suddenly unsure if she wanted to train under her aunt. Mother always told her Bella was the vicious one of the sisterly trio, but as she saw Narcissa's expression, Dora was not entirely convinced about that. "You have no choice in the matter, dear," Hadrian sweetly told her. "Order from you, Lord." Dora scowled at him and stuck out her tongue. "Will you sit in my lap for long?" Hadrian asked jokingly, interrupting the angry ranting she was about to deliver to him. It was only then that Dora realized she was sitting in his lap, her hands snaked behind his neck while her head was only inches from his. She blushed deeply and meekly looked in another direction only to see smirking Narcissa. Dora was so embarrassed, steam was almost visibly rising from her head as she yet again relocated her gaze. She unhanded Hadrian and sat next to him, unable to look up. Hadrian sighed and pulled out a book from the storage rune on his left glove. "Here, Dora. Your Christmas present." He gave her the book. Dora was surprised, but she took the book and read the title. "Blacks and Their Minds. How to Make Suffer Anyone Who Probes You," by Darius Black. The book was ancient and was written in 1310. In a bookstore, it would cost at least 1,000 galleons. Dora was surprised to see such an expensive book handed to her. She looked hesitantly on Hadrian with an uncertain expression. "Don't look at me like that. I need you to learn the contents. Your occlumency is good. Incredibly so for your age, but you miss several vital aspects of the skill. Emotional control is one, as is ability to attack the mind probe. You can guard your emotions, but your mind is not enclosed enough to shelter from outer influences. That is actually the reason why you so easily. Hadrian hesitated to finish the sentence, but Dora did it for him in a whisper. Why, I was affected by love potions and didn't even know it. Hadrian nodded. Well, don't you worry. I will whip you to acceptable shape in occlumency before you return to Hogwarts. Narcissa joined the conversation and Dora shuddered. You will come to Grimmauld Place 12 every day at 4 p.m. sharp. The lesson will last 2 hours. Prepare to return home half unconscious. Narcissa laughed in anticipation and Dora deadpanned at her. But then her eyes filled with resolve. I will do my best, teacher. She exclaimed, trying to cheer herself up, making Narcissa chuckle. Well, let's go back, shall we? Said Narcissa, and Hadrian took hold of Dora's hand and pulled her to the dining room. The rest of the evening was quite subdued and awkward, but they still discussed various light-hearted topics and had fun. Andromeda observed Dora for any sign of discomfort or sadness, but was happy when she found none. She had yet another thing to be grateful for towards her lord. The dinner was over and the family relocated to the living room, where Dora swiftly grabbed the Daily Prophet as she casually flopped on the cozy couch. When Ted saw Dora holding the newspaper, his heart almost jumped to his throat, but it was too late. What? Dora exclaimed, attracting attention. What is it, sweetie? Andromeda, who sat near Dora, leaned closer and her jaw dropped. And here I wanted to tell you tomorrow. Ted resignedly rubbed his eyes. Today is really not a good day. He chuckled. What happened? Hadrian asked, and Dora handed him the newspaper. He looked at the main headline and instantly froze. Bellatrix Lestrange found dead in her cell. Heart attack. His eyes quickly snapped to Narcissa, who looked at him in confusion. It was only after she discerned he wanted her to read his mind she flinched slightly, getting an inkling of what's going on. Is Bellatrix dead? Hadrian asked Narcissa in his mind. Narcissa shook her head in denial. You will show me tomorrow, he thought with finality. Narcissa nodded reluctantly, not wanting to show him Bella's state, but it was order. She knew that much. The entire exchange lasted at most 3 seconds, so they didn't miss anything. Bella is dead. Andromeda shrieked, not knowing if she should rejoice or weep. Seems so. Narcissa quickly acknowledged. Oh, sissy. Our sister is dead. Andromeda looked empty at that. This day was. I think we should go. Hadrian interrupted and slowly stood up. Today was a disaster on many counts, but it was also fun. Let's just break it up before the heavy atmosphere returns. For all it's worth, I give you my condolences, Andromeda. He bowed slightly. Narcissa also stood up, knowing well Hadrian wanted to avoid talking about Bellatrix lest something slip out of them. Nobody, not even Andromeda, knew Bellatrix was alive. And it will be best for it to stay that way. No, no. It's fine. I am fine. I just. Andromeda tried to persuade them to stay, but it was obvious she was not in the right mental state. Andy Ted put his hand on her shoulder. Let's just rest for today. Okay. Andromeda's shoulders sagged, completely tired from the revelations of this supposedly joyful day. A few moments later, Hadrian and Narcissa departed. Later that evening, Andromeda sat in the living room, her feet on the couch as she cradled a glass of wine in her hand, thinking about Bellatrix in a glum mood. Dora approached her and sat next to her as she also poured herself a glass and downed it at once. "What's up, sweetie?" Andromeda asked Dora, seeing her conflicted expression. "You know I love Harry Potter, right?" "Well, it is kinda obvious." Andromeda softly laughed. "I think I am also in love with Lord Black." Dora bit her lower lip and closed her eyes in shame. Andromeda stared at her with her eyes wide and the only thing her mind could reply with was, "Oh, boy." Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 64, ch 64. Bellatrix Black, Recreation. It was Boxing Day and Narcissa and Hadrian exchanged their gifts. Hadrian also received the cloak from Dumbledore and could only sigh that he didn't need it anymore. Narcissa cast every scanning charm or spell she knew on the cloak. She was at it for 2 hours but still did not find any tracking charm on it. Expect a small sewn part of cloth to the inside of the cloak. That part had a tracking charm. Well, figures that almighty Dumbles can't actually enchant an item given out by death. There is no way he could cast a tracking charm onto it, so he just sewed a small cloth inside so it would not impair its invisibility but could be tracked. It was quite clever, Hadrian thought. If Narcissa didn't find the tracking charm by looking very meticulously over the entirety of the cloak, even she would miss it. Well, something like this was expected. There is no way Dumbledore would be able to look past the cloak even death is unable to find. While Hadrian didn't need it anymore as he had his transfiguration, he was glad it was not in the hands of Dumbledore anymore. The duo enjoyed themselves until noon, cuddling and talking. At noon, Hadrian sighed. "Okay, sissy." He patted her head lying in his lap. "It's time. I want to see Bellatrix." Narcissa groaned as she turned around to face her lover. "Is it really necessary? I can handle Bella just fine." "Yes, I want to see what you are doing to her. I saw it on your face. Remorse and sorrow. It clearly pains you to continue." Hadrian shushed her and gave her a long emotion-filled kiss. As their lips parted, the two looked into each other's eyes until Narcissa relented. "Okay," she quietly whispered and her gaze softened. Standing up, they went deep into the basement of Grimmauld Place 12. Narcissa stopped near one door and put her hand on the handle in hesitation. She turned to Hadrian with a wry smile. "Whatever you see." "No, I had no other choice." Hadrian nodded but started to be quite freaked out. Narcissa opened the door and he could see Bellatrix. Her small frame sprawled on the chair, bound to it. Her messy curly unkempt hair. Her gaunt but still pretty face. But most of all, her hollow soulless eyes. "She is looking quite good." Narcissa nodded at the corner where a house elf stood. "She was much worse when I brought her here. Malnourished skin and bones." She turned to Hadrian. Hadrian hummed in acknowledgement, his eyes looking at his second wife. "The elves are taking care of her. Cleaning and feeding her. Her figure is getting a lot fuller too," Narcissa stated. "And her eyes?" he asked Narcissa directly. Narcissa flinched and looked to the floor but answered. "I had to shatter her mind." Hadrian clearly saw she expected to be admonished or even punished, but he only sighed, walked closer to her, and embraced her warmly. He might not know what that meant, not fully, but Narcissa was his supporting pillar for half a year already. "I don't care. I love you, sissy." Feeling his arms around her, and hearing his soft words Narcissa felt all tension leave her. Her worries disappeared as tears trailed down her cheeks. I had to. There was no way she would join us, she wailed as her arms tightly clung to his form. What exactly does shattering the mind entails? Hadrian gently asked. I destroyed everything she ever was, Narcissa sadly uttered. Bellatrix Lestrange as you knew her, is dead. She won't return no matter what we try. Not entirely like she was before but close. She might be worse or better but the influence the Dark Lord's legilimency had on her would be gone. Like a puzzle, Hadrian said, and Narcissa chuckled. Yes, like a puzzle. Her expression was saddened. But, it is impossible to say how her new expression turns out. She was still psychotic. I understood it is impossible to change her psycho-personality with the pieces I have. But I didn't yet find anything that could be used as a foundation for Bellatrix that would make her less of a wild card. Narcissa's eyes again teared up in exhaustion as she hung her head on Hadrian's shoulder. I even tried our happiest childhood memories, but they would still be insufficient. I am honestly at the end of the rope. The two lovers spent the next half an hour looking at the unfocused eyes of Bella, thinking about what to do. Hadrian suddenly stood up and approached Bellatrix. Hello. He didn't get any reaction. It is such a pity, you know. I am married to you, yet you are but a mindless doll. He sighed and gently put his hand on her cheek. It was then that Narcissa's eyes bulged out from what happened. Bellatrix shuddered and raised her head. She reacted. Hadrian was about to pull his hand away in disappointment when Narcissa stopped him. No. Keep it on her cheek. She shrieked and quickly walked closer. Hadrian obliged and noted that Bellatrix's hollow gaze was aimed directly at him, still completely blank and mindless. It was weirding him out somewhat. Incredible. Narcissa muttered and hysterical laughter filled the room. What are the odds? Ah, sissy. Care to enlighten us magic noobs? Hadrian asked her awkwardly. Narcissa recollected herself after her outburst. She was just so happy. She finally found the solution to the problem that was her sister. Simply put, you and Bellatrix are soulmates. She answered with a slight smile. Soulmates. Hadrian's expression became dull as he stared at Narcissa. It doesn't mean that you will love each other. Narcissa rolled her eyes. It just makes you feel better in each other's presence. It is a magical connection on a deeper level. Really now? Hadrian deadpanned, receiving another smile from Narcissa. It does have a few advantages though. Oh, do tell, wife dearest. He dryly quipped. It shows compatibility. Not everyone has soulmates, you know. But if you found one, then there are probably up to 100 in the entire world. She lectured. Anyway, soulmates that have at least neutral feelings towards each other are more in tune. If you start a relationship, you will be protective of each other, and the sex, well, you know, feels better. Narcissa blushed. Basically it is only a magical indication and empowering of our feelings of satisfaction when we are near each other. Hadrian summed up as he understood it. He had read something similar somewhere. Yeah, but I can use this since Bella clearly reacted to you. Is there something wrong? Hadrian blinked at Narcissa, not understanding what's so incredible at Bellatrix raising her head at his touch. Oh, simple. Bellatrix has no working mind right now. She is a doll. No matter what you do, hell, you could asterisk 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 her and she would not even groan like a zombie. Even pleasure would not be registered in her mind. Similarly, you could chop off her limbs and she wouldn't even feel it. Narcissa explained. Her mind is in pieces, Hadrian. Her personality core is not connected to her memories, therefore Bellatrix is not a she but an IT right now. A thing. Narcissa stopped to see if he understood. Hadrian nodded and Narcissa continued. But she reacted. A thing reacted. The connection from her side is so strong she, an unfeeling mindless thing, felt something and her body instinctively reacted. It is a lot stronger than the happiest memories of our childhood. I can use it to rebuild her. Narcissa excitedly shouted. The catch. Hadrian though knew there will be something more involved. He was not such a lucky guy, after all. You know, it is not such a bad thing. Narcissa averted her eyes. Narciss. Hadrian was about to press but Narcissa interrupted him. Her mind will be rebuilt with your soulmate bond as the foundation. She will be almost the same as Bellatrix, less strange, maybe a little less crazy and more obedient. Just, not loyal to Voldemort. Narcissa was getting progressively quieter as she was saying it. Narcissa, what is the catch? Hadrian strongly asked. It will do the exact same thing Voldemort did to her mind. Just instead of years, it would take a few seconds as there is a soulmate bond as the foundation and, well, thanks to the process of piecing together her memories, she will remember everything. Her servitude to Voldemort. Her marriage. Everything. Only her view on some things can be altered. With the bond as the foundation, however, I can direct the changes somewhat. Well, not really. I can only really aim her at the bond and piece her together. She might be even more brutal, but one thing is certain. Narcissa ranted but was interrupted by Hadrian. Just, tell it to me in direct simple terms, okay? Hadrian sighed in exasperation. She will be a fanatic who will love you beyond the grave and would not mind burning the world for you. Narcissa told him. So, nothing changes except I will take Voldemort's place in her mind. Hadrian deadpanned. Yes, only, worse, much worse. Or better. It all depends on the perspective. Narcissa smirked and aimed her wand at Bellatrix. Now, keep your hand on her cheek. It wouldn't hurt to occasionally kiss her either. You know, to reinforce the newly made personality and its changes. She is your wife, after all. She playfully quipped. Hadrian could only groan as he spent the next few hours touching and kissing Bellatrix Black while Narcissa was sweating as she was putting Bella's mind together and making it focus on the bond, binding itself to Hadrian through magic in much similar way the slavery contract, only with a different result. What Narcissa didn't tell Hadrian, is that what she was doing will have a much worse effect than a love potion on Bellatrix. It would make Bellatrix literally unable to stop loving Hadrian forevermore. A true love, at that. Forget Voldemort, the effect will be much stronger than even years of mind alteration. Alas, no matter how much she loved her sister, her love towards Hadrian was stronger. She would not mind showing a bit of that love to her sister, Fu. She only hoped it would cull a little of Bella's craziness as after creating new Bella through the magical bond her sister shared with Hadrian, steeping magic directly into Bella's entire being during the creation of her mind from mixing available pieces of memories, the magically enforced feelings towards Hadrian, Bella's and Hadrian's magic, it would be impossible to shatter Bella's magically strengthened mind anymore. This process was final. Alas, it was not simply piecing together pieces of memories as she made Hadrian assume. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 65, ch 65. Dora's Dilemma 1. Gringotts, in front of Slytherin vaults. Raz un Simba. How long till you breach the wards? A high-ranked goblin asked a goblin ward breaker who led the team to try to get inside and collect fees. We will be inside in a few minutes. Clan leader Ra-Ra. Raz un called out to his superior in glee, imagining the amount of gold the vault would hold. If they are lucky, they may even find some goblin-crafted artifacts. He. Our glorious nation will be even richer. One goblin guard exclaimed in glee. They were about to take money from stupid wizard. Why not be happy about it? Stupid. Dumb. Ugly. Wizards. Alas, the guards of goblins might be quite skilled in combat, but they were not the smartest of the litter. These were in higher positions, after all. I really pity Lord Black. So young, so stupid. Ra shook his head, but a vicious grin didn't leave his face. We should at least send him a proper sorrowful notice of what we had to do to his Slytherin vaults, maybe with a fruit basket. The goblins snickered at that. Their version of fruit basket was either filled with gold or with sharp pointy metal. It was obvious which would be sent to young Lord Black. What's funny, you shits? Ra shrieked. Listen up. Uncle Ragnarok 9, the king of the goblin nation, wants the vault breached as far as possible, so stop snickering and hurry up. If we do not provide, it will be our heads that will roll. Each of us volunteered for this highly rewarding job, after all. He sneered at the working goblins. He always knew he was something higher than those under him. Be it his fighting skills or his birthright. He had it all. And now he will have achievements. Ra heard a click from the vault door and his grin started widening as he saw the door opening. His anticipation peaked as he was almost giddy from the vision of gold, and more gold. He could almost see the dancing goblin females with golden knickers. The fame of conquering the Slytherin vault. He was almost hyperventilating. Maybe he would become the next king. Or, the richest goblin. What's the difference anyway? He would be the most sought-after bachelor in the goblin race right after the king anyway. He will be able to make many little goblins. The door was finally fully opened and the gleefully greedy creatures that intended to rob, collect what's theirs, stopped in their tracks. Ra's wide grin dropped as his skin paled as if he had seen a ghost. There in the middle of the vault, one nut laid. Only one thought was passing by through the horrified goblins' heads. Our heads will roll. Hadrian woke up as he felt his hips buckle and shoot his hot seed. He looked down and saw Narcissa working her mouth hard, trying to swallow everything with the glee of a goblin who saw gold. Hadrian wryly observed as his cock was granting Narcissa's loved juices. She really found a taste for his cum. It was quite embarrassing for Hadrian. But he was slowly getting used to waking up with his rod deep in her throat. They were both tired yesterday. Narcissa magically and he mentally as they finished building Bellatrix's mind like a Lego from her memories. It took them hours and in the end, they just flopped into bed, cuddling each other as they fell asleep. Hadrian saw Narcissa release his cock from her mouth with audible pop and a wide smile spread on her face. "Morning, husband." She purred and instantly took him into her mouth again, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Narcissa." Hadrian's hands shot to her head, firmly gripping it. "Stop." He groaned as she still worked her tongue even if her head was stopped. Dora will come in an hour for her first lesson. Hadrian groaned but saw Narcissa was not budging. She licked and pushed her head closer to his crotch until Hadrian gave up and enjoyed her making him come for the second time while she moaned as her throat greedily gulped his cum. Hadrian wasn't about to leave her hanging. He quickly threw her onto the bed and ravaged her slit with his tongue. In the end, they had a morning quickie in the bed, another morning quickie during breakfast right on the table while feeding each other, and another in the shower as they washed the cum from their bodies. Well, a productive morning, really. They barely managed to messily don some clothes and come closer to the hearth in order to greet their guests with heavy breaths when Dora and Andromeda were already stepping through the connection. Watcher. Dora's eyes strayed fast to Lord Black, conflict in her gaze as she completely ignored the awkward air. Greetings, Lord Black. Sister. Andromeda bowed slightly but furrowed her brows at the still wet hair of her sister. She knew Narcissa. She would never let others see her unprepared. Wet hair from a shower. Now that would be an embarrassment. Couldn't she dry them with a spell in like 30 seconds? What would their dead mother and father say? Andromeda's eyes widened as she saw a wet place on Lord Black's shoulder. His hair was also wet a few seconds ago. Then the realization hit her. After all, she and Ted were also having their shower time quite often. She threw them a knowing smirk. Narcissa blushed slightly with a small glare at Andromeda. What a pleasure. Her snide side came out as she was miffed that Hadrian stopped right before she could reach her second orgasm due to insufficient time. Oh, Dora will pay for that. That she will. Even if it was her who offered to teach the girl. Nobody steals her hanky-panky time from her. Well, Dora. Let's go to the library. Narcissa sweetly smiled at Dora and led her out of the room, her hand on the back of the fidgeting girl. It is time to further your occlumency with some proper training. Shall we go through the basics of occlumency first? Oh, no. It would probably be best to learn by doing. Was the last thing gaping Hadrian heard as he saw Narcissa's back leave through the door. His wife just ran, leaving him to deal with her tease of a sister alone. He looked at Andromeda in resignation. Instead of being all smirk and laughter as he expected, he found a serious expression on her face. Lord Black, I need a word with you. They sat down behind the table. What would you need, Andy? Hadrian asked casually, earning himself a smile. Dora, she fell for you. Andromeda stated, making Hadrian chuckle. Well, it was kinda obvious. He knew since the third week of Hogwarts. Alas, Andromeda was probably worried about her daughter's future. He could understand. I am young. Not dense. Trust me, I know. He told her with a smile, only to be surprised at her bitter expression and head shake. No, no. She fell for Lord Black. She sighed in exasperation and Hadrian blinked. She knows she loves Harry Potter but now her heart is tearing apart, not knowing if she desires Lord Black, a mature man who was kind to her, or Harry Potter, the boy who is her closest friend. It really grates on my nerves looking at her pacing around the kitchen in indecision. Oh, fuck. I don't need any unnecessary drama. He groaned, wordlessly taking Andromeda's hand and dragging her to the library. Comment. 47 comments. Vote. Chapter 66, ch 66 Dora's Dilemma 2. Hadrian barged into the library with Andromeda, stopping both girls short. He looked at Dora and groaned. Dora. No matter what you do, don't freak out, okay? Stay calm and everything will be explained. Hadrian told the baffled girl. Dora was bewildered. What the hell was going on? Narcissa, disable the aging rune, would you? Hadrian ordered, and Narcissa widened her eyes. She didn't expect Hadrian wanting to show Dora his true form. Her eyes flickered to the wry expression of Andromeda and she understood something must have happened. With a quiet sigh, she did as asked. Dora could only gape as Lord Black's body started to compress into smaller and smaller form. Her eyes stared at the mouth-watering body and firm muscles started receding into still a well-toned but not as muscled form of a boy. A boy she knew well. A boy she loved. A boy who was her only reason for not jumping Lord Black's bones and giving in to her lust. Harry? She breathlessly asked. Yes, Dora. Hadrian awkwardly looked at his friend. Well, this will take a long while to explain. We have all the time in the world. Dora blurted. Smiling, Hadrian came closer and flopped onto the couch next to her. You see, it started when. He told her about the Dursleys and comforted her, telling her it was bearable, not noticing the dangerous flash in Narcissa's eyes. She knew well what to do with these swine. But for that, she would need an expert. Hadrian continued telling Dora about his experience at Gringotts, his meeting of her parents, his marriage to Narcissa. Dora was openly weeping and staring at Narcissa when she heard. Not because of pity for Narcissa but because Harry was married. Narcissa knew the look on Dora and with a gentle smile, she encouraged the girl. Dora, Harry is married to my sister Bellatrix too. I would not mind sharing him with one more witch. The people in the room stilled but Dora's eyes were filled with fire as she gratefully nodded. Yes. I will do my best to become his wife. She blurted out from the sheer joy she felt, making the entire room again silent in awkwardness. After a while of awkwardly staring at each other, Hadrian decided to continue his story, telling Dora about how he didn't expect her to approach him and their time at Hogwarts. Did Dumbledore really give you to an abusive family when you were young? Dora asked as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yes. Hadrian calmly answered. Did he really bind most of your magic with a ritual that can't be undone? Dora asked, completely terrified. Yes. Does he really read students' minds? Only those who have no shields. Harry nodded. Is Dumbledore really responsible for Uncle Siri's death? She asked quietly. Yes. It was Andromeda who answered with venom lacing her voice. I was always admiring that asshole. Dora burst out angrily. He was my idol. She started sobbing and engulfed Hadrian in a hug. It's fine, Dora. He cooed. This is a life lesson too. You should not trust old shady men offering you candy. That brought a smile on her face. I will get stronger. Auntie Sissy, will you help me? Dora pleadingly asked with puppy dog eyes. Of course, I will. But for these holidays, it is only occlumency. Narcissa enjoyed how Dora's expression fell when she learned she won't learn anything more, combat-oriented. After you earn your newts and still want to be heavily involved in the family business. I will train you to serve your lord and family. She added, making Dora beam at her. Hadrian felt a little off. What serving your lord? Everybody in the room sang. Dora knew that it was innuendo. His eyes strayed to Andy. Andromeda. Do something. Are you going to leave your innocent little girl in the care of Cissa de Manes? He asked her with his look. What can I do? My innocent little girl wants to learn how to properly serve her Lord. Andromeda returned his look with a little sarcasm at the end. Both Hadrian and her were completely sure how this would end. Andromeda knew her little girl inside out. She knew how her head worked and knew how much trauma her ability brought her. Yet, Hadrian came and her daughter's worries as if flew out of the window. She saw her happy. If it meant her daughter would marry the lord of her family, the lord of her disgustingly rich family, then why not? Her daughter would be taken care of for life and she would be happy with him. There was nothing to complain about, really. Hadrian was already resigned that Dora will, eventually, join him and Narcissa in their bed and later on even in their marriage. Narcissa got her claws in her and that ending was inevitable with her brain were, teaching methods. Hadrian knew that poor Dora will most likely lose some of her innocence by the end of her holiday training, but, in a dangerous world like this, that was a good thing. But then again, deep down, he truly does see Dora as his. He likes the girl. He wouldn't mind marrying her. Even if Dora was a little wild soul, she was always ready to help. Hadrian was very aware of the almost illogical trust and loyalty the girl held for Harry Potter. Now that she started liking Lord Black, a complete stranger she never met, and her feelings were neutral towards him, and it turned out to be Harry. Dora's mind probably jumped from friendship to fuck me right in one jump. But, was there really something to complain about? Just then his eyes again met Andromeda's. Just imagine what a metamorph can do in the sack. Her eyes mirthfully conveyed as the mile-wide smirk on her face was very telling. He came to a decision that, yes, there was a lot to complain about. In-laws being the prime object. Hadrian decided to give Dora space so her feelings could stabilize. He totally didn't do it to avoid dealing with Andromeda and her teasing. That he did not. Honest. Andromeda and Dora finally left and Hadrian activated the aging rune. He and Narcissa flopped onto their couch. Did we do the right thing? He asked Narcissa as he rubbed his eyes. The betrothal contract between you and Dora? Narcissa asked. Definitely. It will give the girl a certain amount of protection. Dumbledore will be less inclined to probe her mind, as if he was discovered it would alienate our support for his headmaster position. It will also present opportunities for Dora. Hadrian nodded. He knew it was the right thing. He remembered Dora's jumping form as she giddily showered his face with wet, sloppy kisses when they offered her the possibility of betrothal between her and Hadrian. The girl had to be pried from him by Narcissa after she started making out with him in the middle of the library. In the end, they promised Dora that she may sleep with them in the Hufflepuff chambers. Hadrian had no delusions that she will become his there and then, on the first night in Hogwarts. He better stopped thinking about it, but instantly got oversensitive due to Narcissa's chest. So, wanna finish what we started in the morning? He asked Narcissa, who was leaning on his shoulder. She perked up, a smile splitting her face. Leaning closer towards his crotch, her hands started working on his belt with vigor, but it was not to be. Mr. and Mistress Bellatrix has woken up. He informed them and disappeared with Pop. Both Narcissa and Hadrian looked at the empty place the elf stood a second ago, only one word coursing through their minds. Fuck. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 67, ch 67. Bellatrix awakens. Hadrian and Narcissa rushed to the basement and entered the room where Bellatrix sat, still bound to the chair. The second they entered, Bellatrix raised her head and her black orbs peered at Narcissa, only to swiftly snap towards Hadrian. They widened as Bellatrix was overcome with a strong feeling of attachment and adorations. She started to thrash her body in her bindings, but her eyes didn't leave Hadrian's. "Troublesome hag," Narcissa muttered as she released the binding runes. She clearly saw the adoration in Bellatrix's eyes, so there was nothing to worry about. Her spellwork was a success. The runes vanished, freeing Bellatrix, and not even a second later, Hadrian was impacted by a black blur of Mrs. Black, the second. Bellatrix rubbed her sunken cheeks on his chest as her skinny hands clutched him. Hadrian didn't know what to think, but he knew well what he felt. He felt comfort, peace, warmth. Bellatrix was giving him such a beautiful plethora of feelings. He couldn't help but unconsciously snake his hands around her and hug her tightly to himself with wide eyes. He didn't think the connection would be so pleasant. Hadrian could only marvel at how much better it must be for Bellatrix since her mind was built upon it. Bellatrix was in heaven. Even a day under Crucio with regular timeouts didn't feel so good. The second she saw Hadrian, her mind froze and instincts took over. She wanted that man near her. She wanted to be hugged, patted on the head, praised. So, when the bindings came off, she quickly embraced him. That's when she was overcome with enjoyable cozy feeling. She snuggled closer and closer, as close as she could. And she couldn't believe someone managed to make her feel alive even more than when she was torturing someone. Yet, it happened. "You done yet?" Bellatrix's pleasure time was interrupted as she heard her sister call out on her. She would normally ignore Narcissa, but she remembered the glorious torture her sister put her through. Bellatrix was the first who accepted the truth. She was scared of her sister. "Yes?" she asked as she took a step back from Hadrian but took his hand in hers, squeezing tightly. "I need to look if everything is as it should," Narcissa stated, more for Hadrian than Bellatrix, and raised her wand. Bellatrix instantly stiffened and got into a defensive position, fear creeping into her eyes. In this world, she feared only two things: being thrown away by Hadrian and her sister. Both for a good reason too. Hadrian noticed her tension as her hand suddenly gripped his really tightly. He smiled at her and squeezed his hand firmer, getting Bellatrix's attention. "Don't worry. She won't harm you." With a reluctant nod, Bellatrix relaxed and let Narcissa shift through her head, her body shuddering from the sheer anticipation of debilitating mental torture. But Narcissa was gentle and at best a prick, if even that was felt by Bellatrix. The second Narcissa was finished, Bellatrix embraced Hadrian again and Narcissa chuckled at his exasperated sigh. Looks like she is channeling her want for attention from her childhood at you." Narcissa smirked and then cooed. "It is so cute." Hadrian was sure Narcissa was burning the image into her head. He sighed yet again. "She is childish," Hadrian remarked. "More like insane." Narcissa rolled her eyes. Bellatrix just nodded her head up and down happily in agreement. You have to understand that Bellatrix is still the same person. Only with a slightly different personality. Okay, that would de facto make her into a different person, but my point being, she is still Bellatrix. She was always like this. She just never had anyone she truly loved or with whom she could be so open and carefree. This is her light side, Narcissa explained. I see. Are you feeling fine, Bella? Hadrian turned to the woman, pressing her head to his chest, and couldn't help to notice how bony and skinny she was. It was really getting uncomfortable being held by her so many pointy ends. Yes, Bellatrix exclaimed, then her eyes revealed a slightly pondering look and she turned to Narcissa. There went Hadrian's hopes at being released. Sister. You are my plush-eyes wifey. Hadrian face-palmed. Narcissa snickered. Bellatrix tilted her head. Great, I was officially demoted. Hadrian thought. Yes. I am this teddy bear's wife. Narcissa beamed at her sister teasingly. Bellatrix pointed at her face with a confused expression. Me too. Ah, so you do remember. Narcissa nodded. She told her before she broke her. Are your memories intact? Yes. I remember everything. Bellatrix shrugged uncaringly. Regret anything? Narcissa asked curiously, but instantly understood the answer as she saw Bellatrix's confused look. Why? I did what I did because they were weak. Hadrian could only look bewildered between Narcissa and Bellatrix. Sister, but you won't be able to torture people if you want to stay with Hadrian. Narcissa patiently explained. Bella won't be able to play. Bellatrix pouted and Hadrian thought it looked so wrong at her gaunt face. He would have to do something about it. It would be so cute too. Similar to Narcissa's face. But Narcissa Black did not pout. Such a pity, really. No, Bella won't be able to play. How about Bella let Hadrian play with her, instead? Narcissa smiled ingeniously at her sister, who bobbed her head up and down, desire seeping into her eyes. Hadrian. Narcissa addressed her husband. Bellatrix will always be childish, but for the next few days, it might be slightly uncomfortable. She needs to adjust. We will need to stay with her. At least until her mind is done processing the changes and starts working in full capacity. Oh, thank God. I would not survive someone who wants to play with me 24/7. Hadrian grumbled as he stroked Bellatrix's head gently. Bellatrix was not listening to the conversation anymore. She enjoyed the head pats. That was important. Yes. But I would be more glad if she was this childish. After her mind gets into its normal state, well, if you point her in someone's direction or someone annoys her. She is still Bellatrix. Narcissa showed helpless expression. At least she will be more mature. Hadrian bit out. True. Narcissa shrugged. Bellatrix in the meantime started to frown at the state of her hair as she curled a strand on her finger. It reminded her about her wand and she wondered when she would receive one. Bella wanted to make things glowy. Shiny. Red. Screaming. Preferably her new plushie. In pleasure. Hadrian quickly patted her head again and it was quite awkward for him. The woman was over 40 but he was treating her like an oversized child. Moreover, she did not look even remotely as good as Narcissa. The years in Azkaban showed a lot. He released a sigh. At least it made the lust in her eyes switch to delight at gentle touches. There is just no way he would sleep with Bellatrix when she looked like a skeleton enwrapped in human skin. Yes, the house elves fed her. Yes, she got better. But in these little over 6 days she was out of Azkaban, not that much changed. She was still looking like a hag. Hadrian was taken out of his reverie by Narcissa. Well, What to do with her? She mused out loud. Wait, you want to tell me you had no plan for her? Hadrian gave Narcissa a bewildered look. She was the main schemer out of the two of them. She always had a ploy. Seriously? Seriously? Narcissa deadpanned. Well, I could think of a few people who need a visit. Hadrian grinned menacingly and looked directly into Bellatrix's eyes, making her shudder. Bellatrix couldn't help but feel it was very, very smexy. Bella-likey. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 68, ch 68. Hogwarts infiltration. It was finally New Year's Eve. The last few days were demanding for Hadrian and Narcissa as Bellatrix was a handful of a child. Fortunately, she got progressively better and more mature. Unfortunately, this meant she pleaded, begged, tried to entice, and used many other methods to get Hadrian to sleep with her. The more mature she got, the more she wanted the attention from Hadrian, and he could only groan. He and Narcissa now stood in front of the hearth ready to flew away. Narcissa had an intricate dress on herself, showcasing wealth, influence, and most important of all for Hadrian, it showed a little skin. He was not possessive. He just loved the thought of Narcissa belonging to him. She was his and it would stay that way. If anybody tried to take her from him, he could not change her past. And her tormentors will suffer for it. But her future was his. Narcissa was about to attend New Year's party at the ministry and mingle with the vain, aristocratic sort. She wasn't very thrilled about this new development. Her picture of perfect New Year's Eve is she and Hadrian naked in the bed, but the situation called for a sacrifice. It was Dumbledore who asked her to come to this party, so the least she could do was to attend and make sure the old fool was far away from his Hogwarts office while Hadrian goes through with his plan. Hadrian looked all over himself, checking if he had everything he needed. He had a plain black hooded robe, few runic gadgets from Cissa, his wand, and in a pocket his invisibility cloak. He was ready. While the portrait of Fiennes Black could not give Hadrian a more in-depth description of defenses, nor could it relay information or spy on Dumbledore. It could not and shake its head at Hadrian's questions. Even if said questions were forbidden to be relayed, verbally. Fiennes might have been the headmaster, but he was black first and foremost. He was loyal first to the family, so having his portrait in Dumbledore's office was really beneficial to Hadrian. He even invented a very primitive system. Fiennes had 3 portraits. Every time there would be an emergency or important information, he would appear in a specified portrait and Hadrian would know something happened. Pillars would either try to give Hadrian clues through his actions or gestures, or Hadrian would ask questions and Pillars would nod or shake his head. It was almost sad. The fabled security system of portraits was breached by childish arm waving and head shakes. Anyway, Hadrian's last bout of questions pertained to 1. Fawkes. He had to get that chicken out of the equation. Narcissa flew to her destination and Hadrian entered their bedroom and entered the vanishing cabinet they bought from Borgin and Burke's. It took a few weeks to repair, but now it was in working condition. He appeared in its pair, right in the Hufflepuff chambers. From there Hadrian went to Ravenclaw chambers and to the Room of Requirement through the secret passages. Hadrian stood in front of the door out of the Room of Requirement and took a deep breath. "Come on, Harry. You will be fine." He set the exit location and the door opened. In front of him was the office of Headmaster. He could see the table, various gadgets, the perch with Curious Phoenix. Wait, gadgets. Fuck. Hadrian only now remembered. Dumbledore had some blood magic on him. The kind his perception would not be able to detect. Hadrian immediately blocked his core to maximum, making him akin to a squib. He could not cast any spell, but no magic-sensitive ward would notice him. Hogwarts was filled mostly with those, as it was a school for magical children. Only the outer perimeter had wards that could help against fighting Muggle armies. But those were lethal wards, activated by the headmaster only in the times of war. It did help Hadrian that most of the normal anti-bullying, anti-rape, and anti-dark wards were turned permanently off by Dumbledore. In the office was a detection ward, a few offensive and defensive ones. Well, his Potter senses were tingling. They told him it will be fine if he made a squib out of himself. Hadrian didn't step inside yet. He took out a gadget from Narcissa and rolled it inside. The portraits, except Phineas Black, who was missing, could only see a small ball rolling along the floor from one corner of the room, and then, nothing. Only darkness. For these portraits, it was an almost painful experience. The ball had many runes and the wards and portraits were temporarily out. Hadrian sighed and stepped inside, hightailing it to the gadgets that monitored him, ignoring Fawkes's indignant squeak. Hadrian looked over them and cursed. Dumbledore must have gotten his blood from his parents, as only they could get a willingly given blood from an infant. Hadrian doubted the blood was given willingly to Dumbledore by his parents, though. No matter how utterly retarded they would not give the life and death of their only child to the hand of another man, would they? Oh, who was he kidding? The good news, though, was that the trinkets didn't report nearly as much as he thought. His general location. Right now it was Hogwarts. His time in Grimmauld Place probably showed London. His health. Well, nothing to worry about there. The dark magic indicator. Hadrian was glad he didn't yet devise a plan to get rid of the magic leech. For now, that leech was one of the things that were continuously feeding on his magic, making it rise at a breakneck pace. Hadrian then looked through the office, stashing away anything useful. Especially grimoires and books from various families that Dumbledore somehow borrowed. Even the Potter ones were there. Then he approached Fawkes. "Hello, chicken." He cheerfully waved and got a reproaching squeak in return. I know. But you do look like a chicken." Hadrian rebuked, only for Fawkes to start screeching at him. "What magnificent bird! Magnificent your ass! You are just burning chicken." No. Calm down. I did not come here to challenge you for an honor duel. What do you mean by may the better bird win? Stop pecking me, you overrated firework wannabe. Both the bird and Hadrian were gulping air, glaring at each other after their tirade of screeches and heated words. Both nodded at each other. Their honor duel was a tie. Time for round 2. Okay, hold on. Hadrian held up his hand in a pacifying motion. I can set you free. Fawkes immediately quieted down and nodded, mentally asking Hadrian what he wanted in return. Aha! You are a smart birdie, aren't you? Hadrian smugly smirked, only to get a swat on his head courtesy of Fawkes's wing. Fine. He rubbed the spot in annoyance. I need you to. Fawkes leaned closer, and the more he heard of the favor the more he liked it. He happily trilled at Hadrian. Stupid bird. Hadrian muttered and took out another runic gadget from Narcissa. He put it on Dumbledore's table and the last drawer miraculously appeared. Hadrian then put a paper with unlocking rune onto the drawer, and with a click, he took out the necklace binding Fawkes to Dumbledore. Hadrian happily exited the office, his lute in his expandable pouch, twirling the necklace on his finger as the door to the room of requirement closed behind him. In the office, Fawkes watched the spot where the door closed and waited for the moment he would be finally free. It took a moment, but he heard a snap as if a glass shattered inside of him. His bird sight sweeping through the room, the phoenix's beak widened into a savage grin. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 69, ch 69. Ball and Fawkes's freedom. Ministry ballroom. Narcissa was bored. Extremely so. She would rather get a good pounding from her husband during this fine evening rather than have to interact with these manipulative idiots. Alas, she was still Narcissa Malfoy, he. She had to show some of her social abilities to not embarrass her husband. The same husband who was scowling, sneering, fuming, and snarling at her from across the room. At least some good points her attendants had. Seeing Lucius completely livid could be, by now, called her hobby. Narcissa doubted Dumbledore had any idea what him asking her to attend would mean. She was gleeful when she saw his own lackeys look at him completely flabbergasted at inviting a Malfoy. Alas, he probably thought he would be able to spread her hostilities with Lucius and make their conflict a public knowledge, weakening Malfoys and with them, other dark families. But why would Narcissa explain herself to a bunch of light munchers? When she was asked why she was invited by him, she just smiled and courteously nodded while stating, "Ask Dumbledore." But the poor old chap couldn't reveal it. He swore an oath to Lucius, and her. Even if it was unknowingly. Dumbledore probably didn't think it would cover the secret of her being with Lord Black. He should clearly study oaths more, idiot. Oaths are intent-based. All Narcissa had to do was to secretly grab her wand when Dumbledore was giving the oath and subtly connect her magic, a trick she learned from Hadrian during sex, with the magical link of the oath between Lucius and Dumbledore as it was forming. Her position was the one who was being given a promise, and her intent was to protect the secret of her relationship with Lord Black. Dumbledore's wording, "I swear to protect the secret I just heard," was vague enough to pull it off. Yes. He should definitely study oaths more. So, when the Light families oh so subtly asked Dumbledore why he asked a wife of a Death Eater to attend on his insistence, Narcissa enjoyed his sour look and side glances to her as he realized his plan was fucked up. Narcissa just shrugged at him with a smirk. "I am sorry, Lord Dumbledore. I am a taken woman. If I knew your intentions I would never have accepted. No matter how much you insist, we can't be together," she told him impassively when quite a few of his allies came closer and left his side. It was glorious. The old coot was gaping in the middle of the ministry ball in his indigo starry robe as he was swarmed with indignant questions and angry allies. She walked away and tried to keep herself out of the spotlight while keeping watch over the old goat. It wouldn't do for him to leave. Her sole role was to make him stay in the ballroom, after all. Narcissa was approached by many people. To talk. To do business. To gossip. To flirt. These gatherings were always boring like that. "Hello, Lady Malfoy." Andromeda approached her, followed by Amelia Bones and Susan Bones. "Oh, this will be fun," Narcissa thought. "Greetings, Regent Black." "Hello, Regent Bones, Heiress Bones." Narcissa curtsied herself properly. "I saw you sitting here alone, drinking wine, and thought you would like company," Andromeda quipped. "Ah. Yes, having a company would be nice." Narcissa smiled and Amelia narrowed her eyes. Susan is half-blood, she bluntly told Narcissa, who just waved her head dismissively. Let that be a problem for my husband. Narcissa giggled, from the corner of her eyes observing Lucius's snarl. Hello, Susan. I heard a lot about you. She pleasantly greeted the girl. You did? Susan asked shyly. Oh, yeah. I heard you are one of the Potter little half-blood group. Narcissa rolled her eyes. As is my niece, Andromeda's daughter. Big deal, really. Oh. Susan bashfully lowered her head, getting Amelia's encouraging hand on her shoulder. So. Do you love Potter? Narcissa asked curiously, making the little girl even redder than her hair. Looks like her fun just delivered itself right to her front door. I Susan sputtered with wide eyes. Amelia smiled knowingly at Narcissa and decided to join the fun. Well, he did save my little princess from the big bad troll. Oh, do tell, his heroic tale about saving the little damsel in distress. Narcissa clapped. You too. Andromeda looked at them speechless while Susan wanted to dig a hole and hide there. But seriously, troll. Amelia scowled. We are lucky the boy managed to fight in long enough for Dumbledore to dispatch it. Dumbledore did not defeat it. Susan instantly screamed, defending her friend while attracting attention. Narcissa quickly sent the crowd an apologetic gaze that basically meant fuck off, while Amelia scolded Susan for being loud. After the crowd finally looked away, Amelia asked. What do you mean? Myra reported it was Dumbledore who defeated the troll. Blasting a corpse with Bombarda is considered defeating it. Susan huffed. Okay, princess. Amelia nodded slowly. Tell me what really happened, then. Narcissa also listened about the bravery of her lover and couldn't help but smile at the indulgent, wishful, and happy smile Susan had when talking about Hadrian. Oh, we will have so much fun with this girl. Narcissa couldn't help but think giddily. The rest of the evening Narcissa spent probing and teasing Susan while Andromeda and Amelia talked about old times when they went to the class together. Amelia was really amused at this new Lady Malfoy. She never saw Susan so engaged in conversation. So bashful but so happy. It was such a pity that Narcissa was Malfoy. She would not mind having Narcissa teach Susan a few lessons on etiquette, manners, or politics, but if bones associated with dark families. Sigh, at least blacks started to be seen more of a grey than dark. Gotta be happy for small mercies. The evening was nearing its end and Narcissa was wondering if Hadrian managed to get into Dumbledore's office when it happened. A bright flash of orange exploded near Dumbledore, blinding everyone. When the light show finally subsided, a majestic phoenix, chicken in Narcissa's opinion, could be seen flying in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who was talking to several light-sided families, furrowed his brows and approached the phoenix. Fawkes. Why are you here? Go home, my friend. The old coot goaded. The phoenix didn't take it well and screeched hatefully, cue another bright flash of heat. When all was done and gone, the flash subsided. Fawkes was already long gone. Dumbledore stared wide-eyed forward as his body suffered several serious burns. He registered the pain and started screaming his lungs out. His body was charred except his head. It must have been insanely painful, Narcissa surmised. Dumbledore's body slowly crumbled to the ground, unconscious. The panic ensued. A phoenix just attacked his owner and ran away. Well, let's just say, the rumors saying that only a light wizard can have Phoenix as a familiar would now bite Dumbledore in the ass. Serves him right, he should not have circulated them in the first place. His phoenix just burned him before a huge crowd of important people right in the ministry building before leaving. This will have far-reaching effects on Dumbledore's reputation. Especially if the phoenix left for good. Somewhat, Narcissa understood that Hadrian's mission was a success and he was behind this. She counted this as a great success if she took into account Dumbledore's complete lack of hair, beard, and eyebrows. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 70, ch. 70. Philosopher's Stone. The next morning Hadrian and Narcissa ate their breakfast. Hear this. Hadrian told her and took the Daily Prophet into his hands. Yesterday in the evening hours the house of Headmaster Dumbledore mysteriously burned down. No possession was recovered. Or this. Yesterday, a mysterious fire destroyed the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The entire room was burned to the ground and it is suspected someone is targeting Dumbledore. Or. Yesterday, on the ministry-sanctioned New Year's ball, Headmaster Dumbledore was attacked by his own phoenix. Does this mean the man we believed to be the greatest light wizard, the second coming of Merlin, is actually a dark wizard? This reporter doesn't know. But what this reporter knows is that Headmaster Dumbledore lost his bond with Phoenix. A being that is rumored to only be with light wizards. Well, that one is Skeeter, all right. Narcissa snorted. Yup. So, tell me, how did you enjoy the show yesterday? Hadrian asked in glee. Oh, it was certainly entertaining. Narcissa giddily stated. At first. She started explaining how her evening went. In short. Dumbledore scheming. Boring. Idiots. Boring. Andromeda. Susan Bones. Interesting. Dumbledore. Phoenix. Fire. Cooking. It is such a pity Dumbledore survived too. Narcissa sighed. Well, that's given. He had a bond with Fawkes. The chicken can't kill him. Even hurting him so much was already pushing it. Hadrian sadly noted. But, wait. He read the next article. The suspected time until Headmaster Dumbledore wakes up from his coma is 5 days. Narcissa watched as Hadrian lit up like a Christmas tree. He stood up in pure happiness. Go and fetch Bellatrix. Bellatrix was still recuperating in her own room because her malnourishment was quite serious. Unfortunately, while there are nutrition potions, Narcissa explained to Hadrian, they are bad in the long run. They limit the body's potential, which is a big no-no for a battle witch such as Bellatrix. Narcissa looked at her half-unfinished cereals and gave her excited husband a deadpan glare which promptly sent his posterior back onto the chair. On the second thought, it can wait until you finish eating. Hadrian dryly chuckled. Good. Narcissa smirked. I will have to reward you later. She murmured more to herself, making Hadrian blush. Hadrian and Narcissa were watching an excited Bellatrix with blank faces. The witch was changing the room of requirement faster than they could perceive what exactly it was changed to. Hadrian glanced at Narcissa and nodded in Bellatrix's direction. Narcissa shook her head and looked at him, gesturing with her eyes to Bella. They had a stare-off for a few seconds until Hadrian sighed and approached Bellatrix. Bella, could you please stop messing with the room? Bellatrix spun and started bobbing her head up and down. What are we gonna do? She asked, her entire body itching for some action. You are going to wait and be quiet. Bellatrix winced but with a sad expression nodded. Hadrian sighed to himself in exasperation and patted the downtrodden woman on her head and smiled when she leaned into his touch. "Just wait for a second, Kay," he softly whispered to her. She got more enthusiastic and nodded to him in agreement. Hadrian turned towards the door leading out of the room of requirements. Narcissa and Bellatrix watched as he took a deep breath, obviously wished where they should open and opened them only to instantly sidestep. A mirror flew into the room and Hadrian barely managed to catch it with his telekinesis as he quickly closed the door. "And that, ladies," he smugly turned to Bellatrix and Narcissa, "is how you steal without even having to leave your room." Narcissa rolled her eyes but Bellatrix hopped towards the mirror and started poking it with her wand. "That's the mirror of Erist." Bellatrix blanched at that and quickly turned around. There were various tales of powerful wizards who slowly wasted away after they became addicted to the mirror. Anyone who placed that thing in the school full of children was clearly several wands out of the whole collection. Narcissa on the other hand curiously peered at it and started beaming. Her mind arts expertise instantly recognized what the mirror did and how she could exploit it. "This will be an immense help in perfecting your occlumency, Hadrian." Hadrian nodded but then grinned. "But the best part is that no one will be able to find it here. This room is kind of a subdimension, therefore tracking charms won't work. And now that Dumbles don't have Phoenix and is in a coma, I doubt anyone will be informed their precious thing is missing." Narcissa snickered. "Yes. Hiding the stolen good here is a very good way to hide it. Especially since the mirror had so many tracking charms on it, it was not even funny. So, what is the thing you want? You certainly did not steal this mirror for its nice reflection. You know me so well," Hadrian exclaimed. "The uber super bestest part. There is an enchantment that allows one, Harry Potter, to withdraw the thing stored inside." Hadrian reached his hand towards his pocket as he stared into the mirror and took out a red gem. Narcissa almost fainted. "Is that a philosopher's stone?" she shrieked. Yes. Yes, dear. That's exactly what this is." It didn't take long until both Bella and Narcissa sported two conjured goblets full of water of life, making the stone unusable for a week. What a broken tool. A week of cool down to become young again. Shaky Narcissa slowly put the edge of the goblet to her lips. "Finally," she whispered and with closed eyes drank it all at once. The change was almost instantaneous. Her skin smothered, her bones cracked, and her muscles gained strength. She could feel her organs pulsing with life as she was completely refreshed and full of energy. "This is great." She quickly hugged Hadrian. "I am glad, sissy," Hadrian softly told her. "I quite like how it made you look 20. Wait. I look even younger." She squealed and quickly pulled her own mirror to inspect her face. Hadrian turned to Bella. "Your turn," he told the bewildered girl. Bellatrix also drank it at once and the change was much more visible. Her gaunt figure filled up. Her sunken pale cheeks gained rosy tint and her eyes brightened. Her dull black hair with some grey strands completely changed. Bellatrix's chest gained a nice increase as her posterior also became much more curvaceous. Her 40-years-old haunted look of Azkaban resident changed to a young woman of 20 with vibrant curly black hair and shining black eyes. She was beautiful. Hadrian could only stare at her. "Well, sister dearest," Bellatrix quipped to Narcissa, the tip of her wand scratching her temple. "I think it is time to double-team our dear husband." She purred in excitement. "Oh, yes, dear Bella. You are completely correct. Narcissa put away her mirror and skipped quickly towards the still bewildered Hadrian. And with that, poor Hadrian was dragged into the Ravenclaw chambers by two over-enthusiastic eager women. Comment. 55 comments. Vote. Chapter 71, ch 71. Eager Bella and Sissy. Bellatrix was very unrelenting. Hadrian could evade her only so long and decided to accept her now that she at least looks young and healthy. Bellatrix dragged Hadrian to the Ravenclaw chambers while Narcissa eagerly followed with a skip in her step. The door didn't even close behind them as Hadrian felt the aging rune activate and was dragged by his hands into the king-sized bed with fluffy pillows and soft sheets. The women swiftly proceeded to double-tag Hadrian, making him sit on the edge of the bed as Narcissa quickly dropped on her knees and undid his pants while Bellatrix distracted him by pressing her chest on his, and started kissing the hell out of him. Hadrian was not about to be defeated so easily. His hand promptly snaked under the skirt of her dress, into her knickers. He suddenly heard Narcissa gag and felt his cock embraced by wet, tight walls as she took him deep into her throat. She continued to bob her head without stopping until he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst straight into her mouth. Narcissa didn't like having cum shot into her throat. She always moved back so only the head of Hadrian's cock was in her mouth when she felt he was about to come. She wanted to taste it in her mouth. The woman was developing quite a fetish for the taste of the cum of her master since she realized the contract makes it taste so heavenly for her. The women swapped and Narcissa relocated behind Hadrian's back and started to massage his shoulders while he rubbed her clit as Bellatrix quickly started licking his shaft. Bellatrix was more passionate and started to play with his balls. She knew what spots to lick to make him come and the woman took his entire cock into her throat when he was about to release. The foreplay done, Hadrian knew the women wanted more. Bellatrix stood up from her kneeling position in between his thighs and pushed his upper part down, making it fall onto the bed. He didn't even notice when Narcissa relocated from behind him and didn't get time to contemplate as she quickly sat on his face, demanding his tongue to give her attention while her hands were gently caressing his chest. Hadrian, of course, returned the favor and started to taste her with fervor, making her gasp in appreciation. Bellatrix was horny. She had to endure days of wanting to be fucked by her master. Now that his dick was in front of her and he didn't protest nor there was anything to distract her from giving herself to him, she didn't hesitate. She straddled Hadrian and instantly lowered herself on his cock, straight up to the deepest part she could reach. Even her hymen tearing didn't beget any reaction from her. Neither of them cared that the elixir of life restored it. For Bellatrix, it was only a momentary enjoyment from slight pain. She started to rock her body back and forth with fervor as her hands hugged Narcissa and the women started kissing. It took for Hadrian to come 2 times until Bellatrix reluctantly released him to Narcissa. Narcissa didn't want to be on top though. She laid on the bed and spread her long white milky legs as her hand reached to her slit, spreading it wide in invitation. She wanted the exact same thing Bellatrix received. Hadrian wasn't about to refuse the request of his precious wife. Plunging himself deep into her, he ferociously pumped in and out of her, making her moan into Bellatrix's pussy as she sat on Narcissa's face, letting Narcissa lick Hadrian's seed from her pussy while pleasuring her with a tongue. Bellatrix also started a steamy make-out session with Hadrian while her hands massaged Narcissa's small bust, playing with her nipples as Hadrian's hands kneaded Bellatrix's breasts, his fingers sinking into them. Hadrian didn't stop pounding Narcissa until she was overflowing with hot milky cum. He released deep inside of her 2 times and managed to make her have 2 orgasms when he finally pulled out. Bellatrix promptly laid on spasming, panting, and gasping Narcissa, who enjoyed the afterglow and the feeling of cum gushing out of her pussy. Bellatrix's and Narcissa's breasts pressed tightly into each other's as Bellatrix started to kiss Narcissa, heedless of her still breathless state. Bellatrix also raised her ass expectantly into the air, making Hadrian chuckle. He sank his fingers into her posterior and started rubbing his cock on her asshole. Before Bellatrix could widen her eyes as she felt where he was aiming, he sheathed his dick into her ass, up to his balls, while he coursed wandless telekinesis through his fingers to her ass cheeks, making her moan in orgasm. Her body thrashed, her ass tightened and loosened with each spasm, squeezing his cock. He didn't even start moving, but he was already about to paint her ass white. The slight waver in Bellatrix made Narcissa able to recover, and her vindictiveness showed as she quickly cupped Bellatrix's womanhood, rubbing her slit, knowing well she is still mid-orgasm and it would be a heavenly pleasure but also very painful experience for her. Bellatrix gasped as she felt the hand, and more importantly, the fingers invading her. That was when Hadrian started moving in and out of her ass while grunting and coming his warm spunk into her. He didn't stop to enjoy his orgasm. Bellatrix was in for some very rough but very pleasurable handling. Hadrian didn't forget about Narcissa though. He released Bellatrix's left ass cheek, making her whimper at the loss of the massage he was delivering, and put it on top of Narcissa's raised knee next to Bellatrix's ass. Narcissa orgasmed again in sheer ecstasy of feeling his wandless telekinesis tinglingly course from her knee up to her thigh, flaring every single nerve ending, flooding it with indescribable pleasure, all the way up to her pussy. Narcissa was a very happy woman. Her screaming mouth wanted to sing praises that Hadrian improved his telekinesis to such a degree. She felt as if she was just being fucked hard and had his cock again inside her the second his telekinesis reached the insides of her womanhood. Her body didn't expect the sudden rush of pleasure, and with a shriek, she started shuddering under Bellatrix. Bellatrix also didn't expect Hadrian to put his other hand on her lower back and do the exact same thing, only instead of aiming at her pussy and indirectly, his cock, he targeted the pleasure points in her breasts. The second his telekinesis went through her lower back, all the way up her spine, around her torso, straight to the ample amount of flesh on her breasts, they perked up as her stiff nipples became rock hard and she threw her head back. Bellatrix's rolled back and her body powerlessly flopped on the still spasming Narcissa. Alas, Hadrian was still plowing her ass and was not about to do an unconscious woman. Another shuddering jolt of pleasure straight through her spine to her brain woke Bellatrix up with a girlish shriek as Hadrian's telekinesis directly caressed her nerve endings on her back. Hadrian emptied himself into her ass for the second time as her pussy started to gush her juices onto his knees. She promptly fainted again. Hadrian loved the books on anatomy. Breathing hard, he looked at Narcissa, who was still conscious. That just wouldn't do, now would it? He kneeled down to be on the level of her ass. The poor woman had Bellatrix lying on her and didn't expect him to invade her ass with his cock. He enjoyed her tight ass for a while, just listening to her hot panting. But he knew the woman was barely conscious and trying to stay that way for his sake. The more she endured, the more her master would enjoy it. Hadrian smiled to himself at the thoughtfulness of Narcissa. He could see her body wanted nothing but faint already, but her mind held for him. He put his hands on Narcissa's hips. Before she could even widen her eyes as her mind comprehended what's to come, he sent his wandless telekinesis, tickling her mercilessly. Narcissa didn't shriek from joy or orgasm. Oh, she did orgasm and hard, covering Hadrian's crotch in the mixture of his own cum and her juices that was pushed out of her pussy. But she didn't manage to scream as she fainted the second her mind registered the pleasure. With a grunt, Hadrian pulled out of her and admired his work, the two unconscious sweaty beauties lying on top of each other. Somehow, he was proud of himself. His exhausted self noted that Bellatrix rolled to the right and flopped on top of his girls, falling asleep. Comment. 27 comments. Vote. Chapter 72, ch 72. Why one should not try to take Bella down a peg. The rest of Hadrian's holidays was spent with Bellatrix as she was making sure to pour the knowledge of practical use of transfiguration in the battle into his head. Bellatrix heard about the situation with the troll, and she would be damned if something like that happened ever again to her husband. How happy that little previously insignificant word made her. Even she hardly believed it. Her first husband. Rudolphus. Well, she would probably kill him one of these days. If only because he didn't make her feel as good and appreciated as Hadrian did. Bellatrix made it her job to make Hadrian happy. Hadrian almost wept from the number of bruises he had on his body. Bellatrix Black did not pull punches during training. He was fed up from having human-sized boulders hurled at him. Or from having wolf-sized statues chasing him. Or from having a cobra-like creature made out of carpet trying to squeeze him like a restrictor. Or, well, you get it. Sigh. He was completely done. But, on the brighter side, during these 5 days, he learned more than he did in Hogwarts and its library in a half year. He could create those chains he bound the troll with on the drop of a hat and animate them to act like snakes. He could create a dozen of those wolf-like jagged rocky creatures with sharp spikes all over them. He could make big golems, and he could do all that completely wandlessly. Even Bellatrix pouted at him for hours due to that. Today they had a mock battle between Bellatrix and Hadrian. Not for his sake but for hers. Hadrian wanted to take her down a peg and he knew exactly how to do so. So, Hadri, how would you fight little Bella? Bellatrix cooed at him, her wand not even pointing at Hadrian. But he knew better. She was always trying to appear above the situation. Cheerful. Childish. As if it didn't matter. It was poise. In reality, Bellatrix was anything but. Hadrian was sure she would snap her wand at him sooner than he could finish his spell the second she feels him casting something. Bellatrix was still childish and a whole lot crazy, but she was a battle expert. If there was something she had a knack for, it was killing things with her magic. Or finding easy and convenient ways to kill things with her magic. But she was arrogant. Hadrian would have none of that. Why, my little Bella. I will use Flipendo. He smiled at her beamingly and was satisfied as he saw her falter a bit. A Flipendo. Bella gave him an exasperated look of wonder. Really now? That I gotta see. She giggled. Flipendo was utterly useless in a fight. Yes, it can trip a person and it is fast, but it is also a first-year spell that doesn't even need to be guarded against, as the magic dissipates the second it hits a moderately powerful wizard. Sure. I won't even guard myself. Bellatrix shrugged and stashed her wand to her sleeve, as she crossed her hands on her chest with a smirk. Oya, are you sure about that? Yeah, And the completely and utterly low-powered first-year Flipendo impacted. Not her. But the ground under her feet, and Bellatrix suddenly found herself staring at the ceiling while her back ached from the unplanned meeting with the floor. wow! She breathlessly exclaimed. This was incredible. Again. Bellatrix giddily stood up, completely happy that Hadrian bested her and proved her wrong. If anything, Bellatrix was not stupid and knew that he just gave her a lesson. Not only a lesson in humility but also in power. He showed her how she, one of the most dangerous witches of the modern era, could be bested with an ordinary and very forgettable flippendo charm. Bellatrix found it amazing. Being flipped backward in battle is pretty much game over. Especially since the charm uses 1/100th of the magic needed for some cutting hex or other battle-ready dark curses, and in the time a wizard uses a dark curse, 5 flippendo could be cast. Hadrian didn't yet know how he would curse at himself with immense regret for what he just did. He just woke a very unwanted skeleton in the closet, and the skeleton took a liking to finding ways how to kill with first-year spells. Oh, the woes of Hadrian in years to come as his second wife has her fun. But for now, Hadrian had no clue yet about his future. He just looked at serious Bella, whose wand was at the ready, waiting for his flippendo. He was sure she would try to block it. But he had his ways. Flippendo, he said, and Bella cast a protego. But no flippendo flew at her. It was then that she realized she was tricked and was about to send her own flippendo at Hadrian in sheer vindictiveness, but he was faster. 3 flippendo charms impacted the protego of Bella in the exact same location, one after the other, making a small hole through which the 4th hit the ground under Bella. She could only stare with wide eyes as the world spun and her back again impacted the floor. Fuck. That hurt. A groan came from her mouth. She stood up with a pout, but her mind was getting more and more interested in the special way Hadrian was handling her. Oh, they both knew in a real fight this would be completely and utterly useless. She would kill Hadrian in seconds. She was not yet as idiotic nor weak to lose to flippendo when her life is on the line. Nor would she cast protego, the weakest shielding charm. Cast your strongest shield, Bella. I want to try something. Hadrian told her, well, more like ordered, but Bella didn't care. She had only one master, and that was Hadrian. Suddenly a swirl of dark grey something appeared in front of Bella, shielding her. Ah, what's that? Hadrian asked, weirded out. Dunno. Bella answered while looking at her nails as she kept minimal focus to keep the spell going. Some dark shit I never used because other shields could do its job a whole lot better at a lesser cost. But it is my strongest shielding charm when it comes to durability. Ah. In that case. Hadrian cast another flippendo. This time, he added a tweak. The invisible charm impacted the dark shield and sent ripples through it. The spells looked like they fought on the collision, but then the flippendo slipped through and Bella's eyes yet again met the ceiling as she thanked every deity she applied the cushioning charm on the back of her head, even though she didn't think it would work. She stood up and saw her dark shield still active. The flippendo completely bypassed it. Marvelous. What was that? She asked as she deactivated her shield. Flippendo cannot be overpowered. Usually. It is a precaution since it is taught to children. I tweaked it a bit. My version is as strong as much magic you supply. With enough precision, and if I aim my magic on the sufficiently small spot. It just kinda slipped through your shield. Hadrian explained sheepishly. Anyway, I am done, I spent 70% of my magic on that. He saw that Bellatrix was already in a world of her own. Bella, are you listening? Oh. Yes, no. Don't care. Bellatrix half answered, half asked with a mix of confusion and annoyance at being interrupted from her thinking. "What are you plotting?" Hadrian warily asked. He knew that look. It was the same look she used when she wanted to be chained to bed. He probably wouldn't like what will follow. Or he would like it. It would depend. "Well, I was just thinking, you know." She started, gleefully rubbing the tip of her wand on her temple. "You used 70%, but your magic is still very underdeveloped. You have at most 5% of what I do. If I used 10% for that spell." "What?" He got a bad premonition as Bella's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "Would you flip somebody off so hard he would not be able to stand up?" "Please?" "With a good aim, I could kill a man with it. Just imagine it. Using Flypendo directly on somebody's heart." "Okay." Hadrian trailed off, not about to discuss how an innocent pranking first-year spell could be used to rip somebody's heart from arteries by making it do a flip still inside the body. He had a clear picture that Bella is fully able to pervert the spell to a killing machine on par with Bombarda. Maybe this trying to take her down a peg was a bad idea after all. "You, me, bedroom, now. You made me shoe-horny." Bellatrix giddily shrieked, getting Hadrian back to reality. He shrugged. Maybe it would get her to stop thinking about this. Doubtful, but he can still try. He came to her and swept her up into a princess carry. Bellatrix girlishly squealed in anticipation of their fun time. Unfortunately for Hadrian, she already had an entire list of first-year spells she was about to experiment with. Tehir. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 73, ch 73. Dumbledore's Nightmarish Awakening. Dumbledore's eyes fluttered. They groggily opened as the man groaned. He managed to gather enough strength to sit and rub his eyes wearily. He didn't know what happened. He was at the ministry ball when the memories flooded his brain as his eyes widened. The blasted bird. It burned him. Wait. Fire. Fire burns, hair. His head snapped to the side with the speed of light, right towards a mirror. His eyes widened even more as his mouth was in a silent O when he saw his visage. His heart sank almost to his pants. His marvelous, fabulous, uber special, astoundingly awesome, sensational, breathtaking, and staggeringly phenomenal beard. It was simply gone. His hand clasped his chin, only to find his old eyes didn't fool him. He didn't even care that he was bald. But his stupendous, remarkable, astonishing, add adjectives, beard. Tears started pouring down his cheeks like a waterfall as he just frozenly stared into the mirror while his hand was patting his chin in a vain attempt to find his lost beard. That was the state the nurse found him. Utterly out of it. "Hello. You already awake? I heard you were quite heavily injured. You are a quite lucky man, mister. Nobody told you it is very dangerous to play with magical beasts. Especially those of fiery nature. TSK. 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 These words stung Dumbledore's ego to its deepest parts. He almost blanched at the accusations. Unfortunately for him, the nurse was new and had no idea who he was. She also didn't know why he was there except for a few bits the other nurses fed her. A fire magical beast attack. That was all she knew. Dumbledore stared in horror at the calm and collected nurse. His Bez. She did not recognize him. This was even worse than he thought. He lost his entire image. Without his facial hair, the common chumps did not recognize the awesomeness that is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It was a disaster. His mind realizing the severity of the situation and the need to stay calm, but his emotions flaring nevertheless, he could not take it and scream. Faorchies! His shout resounded through the entire St. Mungo. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, his magic was depleted because of medical procedures and potions he was fed to repair his body. His outburst was quickly handled by a few Aurors that handed him his ass and tucked him back into the bed. Even more unfortunate was one beetle bug in the flower pot. Tomorrow's headlines would surely be interesting. With an insane hairless headmasters and an epic battle between mighty Dumbledore and Aurors. Rita Skeeter was a happy woman, indeed. Dumbledore huffed. It took him 3 whole blasted hours to get out of the hospital. Worse yet, the second he stepped into Diagon Alley, nobody recognized him. No bootlick, ahem, support. No hello, how are you, oh, mighty Dumbledore, nor the champion of light, we are saved. While people weren't that desperate, Dumbledore was aware that was what their praises meant. He was their greater good. Or was it greater God? But now nobody even gave a shit about him. Except for a few unruly children. But those don't count. He did not enjoy the shit-flavored Bertie Bott's beans. Stupid pranksters. What really disappointed him, and he used his power of disappointing gaze all around, was that people looked at him in horror. They no longer revered his attire. His incredible silky smooth bombastic colorful starry attire. His style. The people only stared at him as if he was a common weirdo. Dumbledore, irked and annoyed beyond reason, finally reached Common Flue to Godric Hollow. His house was for some reason completely cut off. It took him a bit of walking, but he reached it. He reached a house that was charred black. Almost in ruin. Devastated. Falling apart by just existing. Finito. Nada. Zilch. His eyes were blinking at the sight. Did I mistake the address? Dumbledore mumbled to himself. This can't be right. Someone is playing tricks on me, right? He rang the bell on his neighbor that was almost worshipful of him. Hell, he started as the door opened only for a newspaper to land on his face. Hard. Dunno who you are, Sparky, but I don't buy any magical weed. The neighbor sneered at him. Weird. You are mistaken. Dumbledore calmly said in a calm, sageous voice. I am only interested in the house next to. Ah. The neighbor eyed him suspiciously. Burned down on New Year's Eve. TCHE. Must have been some dark wizard, I tell you. It was like a firework. Fium, fium, bang, fium, boom. The neighbor shrieked and closed the door with a bang. Dumbledore could only stare at the door, and his gaze brokenly trailed to the house next, to his house, he realized. He couldn't even count the amount of how many priceless artifacts and books were in his fortified house. He could, however, imagine what would happen if they came into contact with magical fire. Fium, fium, bang, fium, boom, indeed. He dazedly walked towards Flue. He needed to get to Hogwarts. Dumbledore walked through Hogwarts and luckily didn't meet any of his colleagues. He approached the gargoyle statue and noted everything was in order. His heart almost jumped as he saw no burns on the entrance. He and his secret stash of lemon drops still had a chance to end up together. He needed his lemon drops. He approached the gargoyle and noted the suspicious look it gave him. Alongside with the disgusted look, it gave his clothes. Great, even Hogwarts is mocking me. Dumbledore wanted to cry but soldiered on. Lemon drops! He cheerfully exclaimed, and the gargoyle slowly opened, keeping its eyes on him. He walked inside and froze. What was previously his office, his trinkets filled, book littered, pensive containing, lemon drops providing, fluffy chair having office, was now a black smudge on the floor and the walls. Heck, even the ceiling was all in black. His mind instantly went to the trinkets monitoring Potter. His mind reeled as it understood the truth. They were gone. Irrevocably gone. He could never ask Potter for blood. He can't even order Poppy to do so, as that wouldn't work. He just effectively lost the way to track Potter, his boy. Dumbledore fell on his knees. His mind swirling from lemon drops to magical trinkets, back to lemon drops, and then to various grimoires people would want back, only to come again back to lemon drops. Fuck, he lost his stash of lemon drops. It was then that McGonagall walked in and saw a man kneeling on the floor, looking as if he was on the brink of despair-induced insanity. "Excuse me, who are? Dumbledore, you are back," she exclaimed, surprised. Dumbledore robotically turned to her with a frozen grimace. "Minerva." He sniffed and barely let out of himself the next sentence. "Nice to see you this fine day. What happened to you?" McGonagall exclaimed with an utterly bewildered expression. "You look shaven." Dumbledore processed what he just heard his student say and broke down crying, his body curling into a ball on the black floor as his sobs reverberated through the room. "My lemon drops." McGonagall approached him, pity on her face. There, McGonagall patted his back encouragingly as if she was cheering up a child. "Don't worry. It is very smooth." He stopped crying and gave her a deadpan look, snot still covering his face. "Fuck it, I am going to overdose on magical hair growth potions." Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 74, ch 74. Hogwarts after holidays. Hogwarts started again and Hadrian met up with giddy Dora and happy Susan on the train. Hadrian had a plan for little Susan. That he did. And it will commence in the following months. He was finally sure he could trust the girl. Narcissa gave him a neat overview of her opinions about him from her conversation with the girl during the ministry ball. Hadrian had to sheepishly smile when he heard it. Obsessed. Loyal. Trustworthy. Shy. That was Narcissa's words from her perspective as Mind Arts Master. It really took a weight from Hadrian's shoulders as he was now sure he could actively depend on the girl. His eyes strayed to Dora and he sighed. He trusted Dora. Especially now. Narcissa trained the girl 4 days in occlumency. Every day, Dora was leaving Grimmauld Place with a horror-stricken expression, making Hadrian curious about the method Narcissa used to teach the girl. It clearly worked, as Bella said that she is not able to rummage in Dora's head. For Dumbledore's passive probes, that was enough. Hadrian's problem with Dora was more of her new status. She was engaged to him. While Dora knew nobody was to know, Hadrian was sure she would try to get some concessions from him. Dora was too wild not to. He only hoped she would behave in front of Susan. Thankfully, the trip back to Hogwarts was peaceful. They arrived and Badgers instantly greeted them. The chatter about the holidays began. Hadrian barely stayed calm as Dora's hand instantly found his and her fingers interwoven with his under the table. She didn't even indicate that anything is wrong, yet, she was clearly gushing happiness at the touch. "So, Susan, I heard you had a long chat with Narcissa Malfoy at the ball. Dora smiled playfully at Susan. How did you, your mother? Susan pouted. Yes. Mrs. Malfoy is, contrary to the expectations, a very lovely woman. Susan nodded and every badger in immediate surroundings stilled. Susan looked around when she perceived the quiet around her and found her housemates gaping at what she just said. Don't look at me. It's the truth, she exclaimed, barely noticing Dora's snickers as she covered her mouth with her free hand. Yes, yes. Our cute little Sue would not try to deceive us, now, would she? Dora teased and Susan started blushing. No, no, she would not. She is a good girl, right? Hadrian joined, making Susan even redder. You two, stop bullying her. A Hufflepuff prefect rebuked them. She may puff due to it. The table burst into laughter as Susan groaned in exasperation, dropping her head on the table. That was when the door flew open and Dumbledore in his purple starry robe entered. His back was straight, his eyes regally set forward and his chin raised. Long white locks of his hair were being dragged through the floor as they were longer than his body. His front was covered in a massive white beard, reaching his ankles. It was visible the man was smug and felt self-important. Dumbledore had a time of his life. And it was totally not because he was still a bit high from hair growth potions. Nope. He was completely and utterly in control of his act, ouch. He almost tripped on his beard. Where was he? Yes. He was completely and utterly in con. The students looked as their headmaster fought his long beard, trying to walk regally towards his seat, but even his most eager admirers were deadpanning at him as he was tripping on his beard every 2 steps while stroking the upper part of his beard, trying to appear calm and collected. He finally reached his seat after 5 minutes of stumbling across the Great Hall. That gotta be some kind of record. How come he has a beard? He was completely hair-free last time I saw him. Susan asked in a whisper. Hair growth potions. Hadrian shrugged. Oh. That makes sense actually. The side effects contain self-importance, obsession with hair, and drop in situational awareness. Dora explained and then snickered. But to actually see all 3 at once. Just how many of them did the man drink? 30. Hadrian grinned. He bought them from a potion shop owned by Blacks. Oh, neat. You must have earned quite a bit. Susan sweetly smiled. Well, they may or may not add a few, you know. Just look at him. Hadrian resisted the urge to start laughing as Dumbledore started twirling a thick strand of his hair on his finger with an ecstatic expression. You are evil. Susan accused him. Me. Hadrian pointed at himself. You saw nothing. Watch this. Both Dora and Susan perked up as Hadrian whispered. Fawkes. The bird didn't appear. They agreed that when Hadrian calls him, he would discreetly peek at the situation and act accordingly. But Hadrian was only allowed to ask for help in most dire circumstances. And as expected, blissfully unaware Dumbledore was playing with his hair when an orange flash appeared in front of him, almost giving him a heart stroke. Fawkes flamed, sending tendrils of fire straight at Dumbledore's hair as they burned. This time the fire was extremely controlled as Fawkes was not as angry anymore and only Dumbledore's hair was affected. The professors gaped as the headmaster lost his hair again. They didn't want to take care of him more than they had to. These last days were excruciating for them. They could swear that Dumbledore was worse than a child. The students. They laughed. Dumbledore was again well shaven as he looked forward with a head tilt, not comprehending what just happened. His hand slowly reached to his chin and looked for his beard. It tried to grip the facial hair that just wasn't there. The more it failed, the more distressed his expression became. With a loud crack, Dumbledore disappeared, only a loud "My beard" could be heard after him. Fawkes too flashed away with a smugly satisfied trill. "Where did he go?" Susan asked. "Dunno, probably flying around with Rowena," Hadrian answered uncaringly. "I meant Dumbledore." "Ah, maybe overdose on the hair growth potion again." "Oh, I can already see his money filling my pockets," Hadrian lightly answered as he was buttering his bread, completely ignoring the deadpan looks of Dora and Susan. "You really are evil," Susan snickered. "I like it." Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 75, ch 75. Just a peek. A week has passed since the Hogwarts started again and all returned to the same old. Hadrian showed Dora how to get into the Hufflepuff chambers the second day after returning and took great pleasure in seeing her pacing from one side of her room to the other side in tempting lingerie every evening, only to decide that no, today is not the day. She looked cute, all distraught, nervous, and insecure. He often snickered when he saw her ruffling her carefully combed hair from frustration, only to whimper later as she realized she completely destroyed her look. They were engaged. There was no need for her to feel that way. Hadrian didn't really care if her hair was a bit messy. They were going to spend a lifetime together, after all. Yet, night by night, the girl just could not find the courage to step through the hearth into the Hufflepuff chambers. Hadrian was really looking forward to telling her that once she opened the connection, he could see into the room. Especially since she started changing herself to his visage to have a mock dialogue, or monologue, in this case, alternating between his and her look. Dora was a mess. And Hadrian enjoyed every second of it. Alas, he promised her, he would let her be the one to approach him when she was ready. The next day, Hadrian ate pancakes in the Great Hall, smiling to himself as he reminisced about Dora's new escapade. She changed herself to Narcissa, Bellatrix, and her own look to compare their bodies, only to pout, huff, and groan at her still teenage body. Narcissa is bigger. Bella is firmer. Narcissa is softer. Bella is more tempting. Oh, Hadrian could hear her not so quiet whining even now. He was really glad the connection was one way only, making Dora unable to hear his laughter. When a woman that can change herself to anyone else starts complaining her own body is insufficient. He could only shake his head in exasperation. The Great Hall suddenly went quiet as everyone stilled, their eyes shooting towards the door. Hadrian, curious, also looked up and instantly snorted, diverting his gaze, trying to stifle his snickers with his palm. Yes, laugh it up, Hadri. Dora mocked, going as far as using Bellatrix's nickname for him. It would maybe work too if she wasn't. Hadrian started laughing a little louder. So sorry, Dora. You are just so plumey this fine morning. He nodded to her in greeting, his lips still stretched in a wide grin. You too, Sue. You also look fluffy. Ha ha ha. Susan dryly huffed as she sat next to Hadrian. Both girls were covered in feathers as their robes were painted pink and hair resembled a duck. Somebody really tried to pull a chihar on them. Weasleys? Hadrian asked, getting a nod in return as Dora sat on his other side. Except, Her hand quickly took his and her fingers started to play with his knuckles. This week, she did it almost every time they were in the Great Hall. Dora really loved the physical contact. When I get these two shits into my hands. Dora's eyebrow twitched, as her lips snarled menacingly at the prospect of wringing their necks. It can't even be dispelled. It is a magical paint. Our hair is so tangled and oily, and messy, and... Susan whined. It will take hours to get them clean again. Sure. Hadrian wanted to pat the cute girl on her head but didn't want to wake Ducky. Leave their punishment to me, Kay. Nobody bullies my girls. Both girls went as pink as their robes and Hadrian again burst into laughter. Hadrian found it funny, all right. But it was just that. Bullying. Pranks should be harmless. Not something that could make you depressed for weeks. This was too much and Hadrian vowed to make sure the two shits will never try to prank his girls. Later that evening, Hadrian and Susan met in the room of requirements. He showed it to both Dora and Susan after getting an oath to never reveal it without his permission. But he only showed Dora how to get there through Ravenclaw chambers. He was not about to show Susan. Not even Hufflepuff chambers. It would be embarrassing to have her walk on him and one of his wives having fun, after all. What did you need from me? Susan asked curiously, looking at the dim, serious, gloomy place the room changed into. It had a warm hearth and two comfortable chairs near it. Hadrian sat in one of those chairs, in his lap a closed book with a skull painted on top. Susan tilted her head as she walked closer, flopping into the other chair. Susan. I can give you an opportunity to learn Bones family magic. Hadrian told her seriously, making the girl shocked. Why do you have Bones family magic? She exclaimed. Your aunt gave it to Lord Black as repayment of the debts towards his house. As you swore an oath to keep my secrets, I can tell you that I know him. He lent me this book. Hadrian tapped the book on his lap. In case you would like to take the opportunity to learn about the magic of your house. Of course, for that, you would need to offer an oath to never reveal what happened in this room. Susan was unsure. She was never told of any family magic by her aunt. That meant it was dangerous. But, she wanted to know of it. She also trusted Hadrian. She wanted to know more. I do. She meekly looked towards the ground as she understood that the grimoire no longer belonged to the house Bones. She really wondered what made her aunt do something like giving their family magic away. Susan, are you sure? The family magic of your house is necromancy? Hadrian asked with concern. Susan gasped. Their family practiced the darkest of the dark. Every Bones in ancient times was an extraordinary necromancer. They were called Bones for a reason, you see. It is only in the last 2 centuries that your family stopped and joined the light side. And then, it fell. There were tens of Bones every generation, yet now since it joined the light side in politics, you and your aunt are the only Bones remaining. One hates anything dark and you, well, that is up to you. Hadrian gave her a little overview of the past of her family. It was a hard decision for Susan. She was always told dark was bad. But, it was Harry who was asking her. You. Maybe just a peek. In the end, Hadrian watched as Susan opened the book after she gave him the oath. The second she glanced at the first page, he knew he won. Bones, extraordinary necromancers. No Bones who even peeked at the family grimoire was able to pull away from necromancy. To resist the family magic that urged, coaxed, even forced them to learn. They always reached their peak in the art, willingly or not. That was why the family Bones was feared. Every Bones was able to become a necromancer with frightening skills. Especially since their family magic made them completely immune to death magic corruption the same way as blacks were protected from dark magic corruption. Blacks might have practiced dark magic and had a library full of necromantic spells, but even they were not stupid enough to use them. They were not immune to death magic, after all. But Bones were. It was the ultimate cheat for necromancy. Not the inferior shit that Voldemort called necromancy. Not infery. No. The real deal. The discipline that was forgotten, purged from the history books for its vileness and utility. Necromancers could create entire armies. They were too strong for other wizards to compete with. Maybe only the darkest of the wizards or the most brilliant like founders were able to go blow for blow with Necromancer who had gathered an army. Bones converted to the light side because they didn't want to be ganged upon and purged alongside the discipline. But they always kept their books, their findings, their skills, and their spells. Until Amelia Bones gave it away. Such a silly woman, really. Hadrian wouldn't deprive himself of a skilled necromancer. He knew Susan loved him even if she didn't admit it to herself yet. She would be his and he will be damned if he gave her anything but the best.